sale, a Steam event.
Alongside the showcase, we're gonna be grinding, eh?
A lady playing the flute, where you can find sales, demos,
this camera
and even
angle
some
though.
soundtracks
Let me
on sale.
see.
And we'll be giving away some Steam keys, I think of some 45-something games during the course of the evening and tomorrow, so make sure to stay in chat because we'll be tagging
this
you
way here, I guess.
and also linking the form where you
At
can
least for
participate in all
now.
that stuff. Okay, enough chit-chat. Kate, what do we have up next?
Yes, let's get this show on the road. We will start today with Warship by Chasing Red's Games, which is a co-op roguelike, and the team has prepared for us an amazing cultist performance. We follow this up with Little Kitty Big City, a game where you can live out your dream of being a cat, with a jazzy performance that will make you want to dance. Next up is Wild Trust, a deck builder roguelike with a lovely deep dive into the music and sound design of the game, led by Felix and Paul. After that we have Cairn, an atmospheric climbing game by the Game Bakers, while its two composers, Camille and Martin, cooked up a deep dive giving insight into the process. Next, there is Paperhead, with Jonas Turner returning to Save and Sound, again with a nightmarish and horrifyingly entertaining deep dive. We end the block with our very own
there's some big stuff there. He's so hello.
Performing a song from Figment to Creed Valley in this very spot. That's it for now. Enjoy the show.
The mega pawns there, huh? God, showing like where the game is from too there, or the sound, right? Yes. That may be top. Yeah, let's do it this way. It's gonna be just like covering all the faces though later when it's gonna be. The hosts and stuff. Game got the whole and game got the whole live video there and stuff for that. The Warship, alright. Can't really make it like completely small there, yeah, no. I guess we kinda can though, whatever. Not gonna be the very important part anyway there, the process. Sick. The transform there too. Same gameplay. Let's go. Game footage there too. Alright, let's go. A Bonji and Kazooie there, yeah. Got them all.
1, 2, 3, 4.
PPW. I think actually maybe teleporting and just trying to kill stuff fast will be better, but then yeah, that needs fly wings though. Do you help my? Oh, I don't need my. I can just teleport for free anyway. It's all up to you. Yeah, just like teleport and kill stuff around real quick because like 15 is probably gonna be fast anyway to kill. As long as we're not struggling, and give you the buff. Maybe time to rebuff already though. You just also run around. Yeah, well, some of the things will be, the books especially gonna be something though, so I guess maybe not the best idea. Oh, this is gonna be good though here. Them got the key, but nice.
Hey everyone,
some out of there.
thank you for listening to Warship Save and Sound Performance. My name is Leon Manette, I'm the composer and sound designer at Chasing Rats Games. You've just listened to a brand new song composed for Warship, a
The game is
multiplayer
about,
cultist
I guess
game
they will
inspired
tell
by
us.
Pikmin. It's been composed for a new
Inspired by
encounter
Pikmin.
featuring cursed skeleton musicians. Thank you so much Bedtime Digital for letting us take part in this awesome event. A big shout out to all the amazing musicians and the crew that helped to put together all of this. Warship Demo is out on Steam right now. Try it out and wishlist the game if you liked it. Thank you so much for your time, enjoy the rest of the show, and see you next time. Bye bye!
Keep them out now. Well, I mean, they did show the gameplay, so that's good, huh? Oh, that is actually good, eh? It's nice to see that they're going ham that much with the sound accent too. That is like not the accent you usually see that often, except when it's like, you know, like some game awards and it's time to like to get some filler content there with some insane concert. So that's pretty cool, huh? Music is a giga important indeed, eh? Man, there's a lot of them up there. Yeah, the game's out. They did show the gameplay. But that's the concept, dude, eh? It's about the musicus in some gameplay there, but mostly musicus really. Save and sound, eh? Some games are made by music, not gonna lie. Like everything from Super Giant games, especially early games, like music just made them, for me at least, personally. It's like still the soundtracks I'm listening to a lot. True save, true, huh? Super Giant with their insane music was made for me with that music. Games are good, but the insane soundtrack is outstanding there. Seems like the book is actually kind of the ones that will take us the longest to farm. Like, Cloak's already done. Bongs will be done fast. The book will take a while. Should we know the studio? Yeah. Oh, manager. Time to turn it up. Human music goes extinct. Damn. Think so. That's some insane doomsay in there. The AI stuff is insane. It's still not gonna change it that much. The art is dead, yeah. Classic, classic. The real talent stuff not gonna go anywhere. The mediocrity and stuff, that is probably gonna suffer a bunch. Anything actually decent? Not really. Gotta find the bouquet. There should be a lot of clocks around here. In this room, if it's still the same as before. Cooperate every note in progression
Hi
there,
there,
yeah.
we are sound designer Felix Barbarino.
And composer Paul Zimmermann. And today we'd love to give you a little audio deep dive into roguelike deck builder Wildfrost, which released in 2023.
Oh, Wildfrost was nice.
A charming art style with very challenging roguelike gameplay, which we wanted to make sure to embody in our approach to both sound design and music.
As part of our onboarding for the project, we got to read through the game's pitch deck.
No, that one was already out for a
Very
while.
helpful in finding the overall
I
audio
wouldn't really
direction.
say competitor.
Two things really stuck out to me when I read the deck. For one, the game's art style is rather cute and charming, and not at all dark medieval fantasy. That was something the dev team really wanted to emphasize. Secondly, and for me most importantly, were these little instrument designs the game's artist Gaz drew on a page about the in-game culture. Whenever I start working on a new project, I really like to establish a palette of sounds and instruments that I can then keep reusing throughout the whole soundtrack. In this case, the visual palette for the instruments was already established. Now I just needed to figure out how they could sound.
Speaking of sound, let's talk a little bit about the sound design. Not only is everything in Wildfrost clearly Frost related, but also filled with lots of bells. Let's take a closer look at how I made the storm bells. These are difficulty enhancers that you can ring to activate certain nerves. For those, I recorded lots of takes with
Shit,
this
nailed her.
Japanese bell.
Oh, fuck, let's go.
Then pitched it so each bell has its own tone. And then layered all of these tones with dark impacts to make them sound more threatening. In the game, the whole scene sounds like this.
So, after I spent some time finding the real instruments that could represent our Wild Frost
Yeah,
bonds,
looking at the
I
audio
was
of
finally
games,
ready
why
to
not?
start writing and arranging the music. You will hear them in context later, but here are some of them in isolation.
You cannot watch.
The Navallophone is a very
Not
interesting
for the new.
design, resembling a melodic percussion instrument along the lines of a marimba or a xylophone. To represent it, I ended up with a mixture of different sampled instruments like log drums, balafons, and marimbas. If we're being nitpicky, then the teeth would probably have to be varying sizes for it to create different pitches. But let's just pretend there's some Snowdwellian magic here that makes the instrument sound
Audiophile
the way it
she?
does.
She was
Another
someone who's
group of
interested in
instruments
making
that are
games too,
very
you
present
know.
throughout the soundtrack, in large part due to their piercing sound, are the so-called hooters and tooters. While the hooters are more traditional flutes and especially warmer sounding ocarinas, the tooters in particular ended up being an instrument I never utilized in my writing before. Represented by the real-world instrument of the zurna or soona, I was actually quite surprised to find a version of this one in many different cultures like ancient Greece, China, Turkey, among many others. You might agree that this instrument has a very unique and piercing sound, which makes it ideal for rousing battle music.
In
More
the
books.
battle, you can use different kinds of abilities, like poisoning or healing. It was really a lot of fun searching for the right interpretation of these and thus adding a lot of character. For example, when you slow an enemy with a snow attack, it sounds like you are getting hit by a snowball during a short snowstorm. And when a character loses strength, it sounds like a sword.
Past the
that
bedtime.
falls
I know
down
the
and
feel,
breaks.
man. I know the feel.
You have to know that one single sound effect in a game mostly doesn't really consist of just one single sound. It's really a lot of sounds layered and processed and adjusted in volume. So let's take a closer look at one of the abilities in Wild Frost. This small bomb
In the
attaches
notebook.
to a unit, and when you attack that unit, it gets extra damage from that bomb. This specific sound consists of many different layers, like a
There we
burning
go, turn
fuse
in.
and an alarm to give it that soon exploding feel. To underline the personality given by the small face on the bomb, I've also added a cute but nasty voice. For this I used both my own voice and a synthesizer, and then layered them together. On top of that, I used some additional mechanic layers to let it feel like a crafted tool.
A lot of the music in Wild Frost relies on layering a bunch of instruments to create a new and unique sound that cuts through the mix of all the percussion and carries the melodic themes. The theme in the track Luminized Dance is a great example for this kind of layering. As I usually do,
That track was nice.
this track too started with a rough piano sketch, outlining melody and harmony. This helps me work out the core musical ideas first, before jumping into the details of arranging. It is quite easy to get lost in tweaking details across hundreds of individual layers during the composition process.
Wait, did it not give you the repeating
there,
one?
A rhythmic bed is created, giving the music its drive and forward momentum. Then the melodic theme is placed across a few different instrument layers.
I still then again.
Most of the soundtrack uses sampled instruments, but I also recorded some real ones that I can play, like ukuleles, shakers, voices, and let's not forget kazoos. And speaking of voices,
In Wild Frost, there are many small details to discover. For example, the muncher, a big animal that can eat unneeded cards. As long as you hold the cards in front of its
Sound
mouth,
design, yeah, I
it will
assume.
not stop
Sound
slurping and
engineer, there
snacking
is also, I know. I'm not
until
sure
you let it
exactly.
go. Or did you know that there are 3 types of footstep sounds when certain cards leave the battlefield? The normal enemy cards just run away. The money gobbling runs
And
away
will we actually
luckily
be able
with
to
some
take this
money
again
still in
after
their bag, so
85?
you
I
can
guess
hear
not,
those
right?
coins bouncing. And sometimes when your own cards flee after losing a fight, they whistle innocently as if nothing happened. There are a lot more things to discover, like the ice block starts creaking when you hit it 3 times, or the fact that sound effects are always in tune to the music, so it won't sound annoying.
The music is very nice in the Wild Frost, I like them. But it sounds like you don't really like pay attention
So,
too much to that,
most
not
of the
gonna
music
lie.
implementation in Wild Frost is quite
It's like
straightforward.
so much
It
goes
mainly
into
relies
it, and
on
you
looping
kinda
tracks.
just like, you
But
know,
there are a few
don't
spots
even
where the
really
music
notice it
becomes a
that
bit more
much.
adaptive. I wanted to make sure that there was some
But if it
rest
will be
before
bad,
and
that
after
you would
fighting.
notice
As
probably.
players enter a battlefield, the music is first in a state of calm. It is
Like
not
when
until the
something is
first damage
off,
is dealt
you instantly go like,
that we
nah.
transition into the actual battle track. This system is then set up across all our battle locations
I got it.
via our audio middleware Fmod and integrated into the game's engine, Unity.
While the art of Wild Frost is rather cute, the battles are really the opposite. It's a challenging game, so I wanted the battle sounds like hits or special abilities to really sound fat and juicy. I think there are 3 steps that I took to make this possible. The first one being the right amount of frequencies and layers to the sound design itself, like having some sub-bass to give the attack more weight, or adding sparkling layers with sharp transients to let it cut through. Here's what I mean by that. First, you hear the following ability without those additions. It sounds okay, but it lacks a bit of that juiciness. So here's the same sound after adding bass and the high frequencies. Also, the rhythm of the sound design is important, as sometimes a small gap before the impact can make the difference. The last step always was a lot of testing, adjusting and setting all up in our audio middleware Fmod. For example, I sidechained the music a tiny bit during important impacts like special abilities. That means the music gets quieter for a very short time doing those effects. You might not notice it that much, but it really gives the abilities more space in the whole mix.
Don't really hear the song going more quiet when the ability goes, huh? Don't feel like it.
Thank you very much for tuning into our little audio deep dive for Wild Frost. Goodbye.
Yeah, start lagging harder, I feel. Someone's recording the screaming.
So you are co-composing the game soundtrack with Martin, and you
Come on. Stop buffering. Or is it buffering?
your Ava's
Yeah, it
voice
is.
when she
Okay.
sings, but also for all the efforts and all the breathing sounds.
It's the first time that I do this kind of combo. I went to a national dramatic school in Paris. People started to ask me to compose
Dude, why? Don't do it now.
for their play.
I could go
or
for YouTube maybe,
movies,
actually. We'll see. Maybe
and I
that'll be
was
better.
like,
We'll
"Ooh,
see.
I'm kind of like to dig into someone's universe and to dive into someone's brain. I continue acting, but I really need the project to be special. Like, this one. The effort sounds part was the more unexpected one because you can't imagine when you're playing how much the sound designer needs material to create the world of the character. And this game is really based on Ava, so we really needed a lot of sounds. You think when you do it's the same as but it's not. Yeah. I had to do like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours of fractionated sports in the studio. It was awesome. And the music is super interesting.
No, you got the
We're used to do classical
what's the name, Stone Curse.
structures. I see it like this. You have to dive in.
It's hard to see because of the buff on you.
It comes from the game, from the images, from the situation. Basically, what I do is I improvise for between half an hour and 2 hours of music, searching a lot. First time I brought my loop station, this is kind of my best friend because it's a continuous flow.
I think there's a Twitch glitch kind of
Comes
going through with
an
sound.
idea that I can just, without stopping, the editing part comes after, and that's the part that I don't like. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll try to do my thing in front of someone else who was Martin that I didn't know, and I was intimidated because I know his work and all. But it happens that it was like super soft and super like two weird people in the studio trying things without talking. It was so cool. We kind of inspired each other like this. I brought the loop station and I brought my violin and the voice. After I brought a trombone and a wave drum. It's like a magic
Bringing
box
the
and
voice
it has,
sounds
like, a
important.
bunch of sounds in it. So just
Could be still could be.
yeah, it's like a playground, and then it starts and you go with the flow, and then Martin's here and he listens, and we choose together which part is the best or interesting one. Then I work at my place, then he works, then we mix
Yeah, there's Twitch glitch.
our works.
1 sec.
So, yeah, it's awesome.
Dude,
At
and
the
now they're gonna
beginning,
like catch up and then it's gonna be buffering
I
again.
love it.
Just you wait.
I really love this. A lot of things that we didn't use in the main moment. Martin took it and spread it a little in the whole game. Like, it's not music, but it's around. It's like the mountain is alive and everything is alive. It's cool because we have a really different way of working. I'm like, and he's super calm, and so it really completes the two energies. This is like the surprise of this experience. Yeah, it's really special. The mood, the design, the character, the fact that it's really radical. It's not an easy game. It's super deep. I see it as scales. It has a lot of scales. One is very, very beautiful, very light, very like inviting. You want to stay in the game forever. And then you're more close to yourself because you're actually playing alone, and it's very technical. The first time I tried the game, I was breathing with her. I was really like, and I like that because it demands a lot as a player. You can't be like this playing. You're like, okay, I'm gonna play, and you choose your path. In a sense, this is a very mature game. It's like a mirror.
How do you connect to Ava?
I connect very much, actually. I felt I had to do this game. I had to create space in my life to meet her because she had a lot to teach me, actually. She's climbing all the time. She has one goal. She just needs to go further. Anything like crossing her path will go. So I'm like this. I'm like, no, I need to go a bit further, and then I'll
It's gonna be
press
dead end
play.
there.
We only live once, so I'm like,
Well, we can check it
let's
out.
go. Let's do it.
Are you ready for Cammy? It doesn't look so bad, does it?
My name is Jonas Turner, and I am the sound designer and music composer for Paperhead. In Paperhead, a lot of the visual elements are made out of cardboard or paper, and I wanted to include that as a core element of the sound design as well. Let's check it out.
Oh, my mind did drop a little, just a little. At the moment, you're not sure.
Of course, we use other sound sources too besides paper. Let's have a brief listen of the game in proper motion and look at some action gameplay.
Yeah, I'm already going completely. Putting all them guns there too.
As you may have noticed, the action is visceral and very much in your face. But there is much more. There are parts where you explore this weird spooky place. Let's have a look at some of these moments.
Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna heal you 1 sec. I'm gonna get some mana back.
A lot of the soundscape in the game is meant to be spooky just by using ambient tones emanating from objects in the rooms. But sometimes we like to add a little extra. As you hear, the music comes in various forms, be it action, exploration, or even complete ambient. Some of the music sources might even play from within the levels, like in this spooky room.
I like the ambience music. Something like from original Fallouts. That's my jam. Like a bunch of ambient sounds, but kind of like, you know, mixed into some actual music.
This quick peek into the soundscape of Paperhead. And remember to wishlist the game on Steam. The prologue episode is free, so go and experience it for yourself. Tell your friends about it. They're coming.
I'm going hard,
Hi everyone, I'm Nils, aka Støjsnak. I'm the game director and composer on the game Figment 2 Creed Valley. Here's the theme song from that game.
And the Figment tool.
I'm coming back to the surface now. Yeah, my head's been gone for so long. Looking for things that I didn't need, but now it's time to move on. Wherever we go,
True, ground true.
a home is not a house.
Melton, do you have soundtrack like that? Did you perform some themes?
This tangled walk down these pathways, we'll make it out if you hold my hand. Things may change, maybe it's okay that they don't turn out like we
Comes time to get some insane songs too.
Nothing stays the same. The only certainty I know, there's a million ways to work it out. So hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us. Yeah, hold on, and today might be the day that we find who we are once again.
See what I see. Just need a little bit of imagination, and then it all fits. No problems.
It seems to think
Brighten the horizons.
this place can also tear us apart. But let's hold on tight and let's change our minds before we change our hearts. Wherever we go,
Hijack the voice, then. The new reality, man.
as long as I'm with you, we'll work it out. So let's hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights on our way that will guide us.
AI in the Toad's voice. I think someone already did. Wasn't there some sort of presentation with his voice there, I remember?
Today might be the day that we'll find
Wasn't the presentation about some booba mods or something?
once again. Yeah, I know I will see you again. Yeah, I know I will see you again. Yeah, I know I will see you again.
Developer or just a random guy? Game designer, I think, wasn't it?
That's it. Cheers. Take care.
And we're back! Don't forget to wishlist Worship, Karen, and Paperhead, and check out Little Kitty, Big City, Wild Frost, and Figment 2 that are all on sale. What is up next, Hans?
Next up, we have Arranger, a role puzzling adventure.
recalling this guy,
it's
though.
a charming and thoughtful tile-based puzzle game. They've prepared a musical performance
A little
of
bit
the
of
game's
decapitation
OST.
there, yeah.
Then we'll have Nights in Tight Spaces, which is the follow-up of Fights
Guess
in
we can
Tight
do it
Spaces,
this way, I
with
guess,
a
at this point,
dubstep,
so you can see the type of the game.
boiler room style video. It's pretty interesting. And then we'll have Tiny Glade, which is the recent indie hit that will be showcasing the audio design behind such a cute and relaxing game. Then it's Peglin with Adam, aka Crashtroid,
Peglin,
who's
oh,
going
yeah.
into a soundtrack deep dive and remix. And we'll end this block with Henry Halfhead, giving us a Tiny Desk-like performance of 2 tracks. Enjoy.
The one and only Pipiglin.
En agosto de 2023 fui a lo del Chris, Autopista del Sonido, a grabar unas músicas para el videojuego Arranger, a Role Puzzling Adventure. Grabar allí fue como hacerlo en una segunda casa, la verdad.
Fringe? Or your fringe there? Huh? That's a weird fringe there.
La lista de temas y de pistas a grabar era bastante extensa, pero los mates con los chicos me hicieron los días más que amenos.
Got Stone Curse still.
Siempre hay nervios cuando grabas. Querés que salga como lo tenés
You
en
got
tu
this
cabeza.
build.
Y a mí este tema que estamos
You
escuchando,
get Stone
Problemas
Curse still.
Tentaculares, era el que más nervioso me tenía porque tiene muchas secciones diferentes y varía mucho la energía que va teniendo. Toda la experiencia de haber trabajado en este juego fue increíble para mí. Gemma, el personaje que manejamos, es una persona curiosa que se pregunta por lo que hay más allá. Es exploradora, cuestionadora. En mi vida personal me siento un poco como ella. No solo porque viví en muchos lugares
not
diferentes
returning
buscándome,
for some
sino
time.
que además cuestiono todos los días el orden absurdo del mundo. Esta conexión que yo siento fue una de las cosas que me ayudó mucho a la hora de hacer una música sincera. Y eso no podría haber sido sin
Blessing
la
remove
libertad
Stone
que me
Curse?
dieron también.
It does it? There's only the status recovery on Stone Curse though. And only on the hardening stage, not when it's the rock already. Stone Curse and Curse? Damn. That's new, I think. I remember removing the actual Stone Curse with just the Bliss. Oh, Sultan, how so? Boy, boy. What did they do to you?
El juego va pasando por diferentes lugares y tonos, y a pesar de que uso samples e instrumentos electrónicos, yo creo que un elemento que le da personalidad a esta música es la guitarra y el charango. No como instrumentos genéricos, más bien haciendo
Oh, he's
referencia
still
a los
alive.
míos.
Shit.
No sé
There was
si es que
another
son
one.
particularmente buenos. La guitarra debe tener
Just
mi
stuck
edad,
one on top of another.
pero yo les siento como si tuvieran un espíritu propio al cual no cuesta mucho llamar.
I need some money though. One second, don't do it. Let me get some money. And I'll get you. Yep. Brother.
Esto que estamos escuchando es el resultado de muchas conversaciones. No fue difícil inspirarse en el trabajo de mis compañeros, tanto con el diseño que plantea el Nico, la historia y los personajes del Nick, y la dimensión visual que se abre con el arte del David.
Love you.
Este es el tema más rockero de la banda sonora. El costado aventurero del juego me dio la chance y aproveché para grabar baterías, que es el instrumento que más me gusta tocar.
This is the USA. Understandable. I just wanted to yell. fake
es un
Spanish
minúsculo
enjoyer.
registro de esta
Sí.
experiencia que duró 4 años de nuestras vidas. Mi nombre es Tomás Batista y les agradezco mucho la atención y la escucha.
No more mother for greed. Time to get manual. Back to manual now.
Wow, me deja re nervioso ese tema del orto, boludo.
Left, right, left. When they change gears, yeah. Kinda wasn't too bad here, I guess, though. Somehow. Oh, Lucas, nice. Good music, yes. Notebook. Good evening. Hello, sir. Yeah, that's a logbook. Even 2. Oh shit. Yes. Furniture and Mattress LLC. That's some nice company. Sounds like a goal, eh? Sounds like a motto. You know what he means to you? Beanie killing the frame rate. I think it was kind of intended there. Oh yeah, the dungeon. Yeah, let's go. I also done. Some dang stuff going on. They're gonna have that there. Not bad. Nice and tight spaces. That's good stuff, dude. Like it doesn't feel like, you know, the vibe of the game, I guess, but I mean, I don't even mind. Fellow potty enjoyers, yeah. I'll take it, I'll take it. Yeah, you can put stuff like this in, like, for me at least, like in almost any, like, you know, kind of game. And I would be down. Master songs in medieval fashion. Wait, which one? Which songs remastered? The Bardcore, ah. Oh, the Gangsta Paradise and stuff, I see, alright. The Clock Factory, actually. Then we're farming the Clock Tower. Insane. Stuff like this for many games for me is kind of like a bonus points instantly. Not gonna lie. And geometers like that I like. Some grindy stuff like Ragnarok and shit, like that's when I kind of like got into drum and bass and stuff hard back in the day. And then I kind of got out of supply for the drum and bass and everything. I got like the psytrance and everything. That's when I found like infected mushrooms and stuff. That's like the dankest shit for any grind. Put the music on and go farming. Feels good. Also was my Matrix soundtrack back then. Oh nice, thank you. Perfect timing, I'm about to get my ass eat in there. Mushrooms in the kitchen, yeah. Infected mushrooms is good. They already pumped up so many like albums and everything too, and like a lot of them are just kind of like always like, you know, different stuff going on there. A real good shit, man. It's also kind of like, you know, like it kind of is, you know, a little like, you could say repeating itself sort of, but you don't really feel it too much. Not really mad about it, you know. It doesn't feel annoying. And actually, ironically, might be kind of nice for something like card and, you know, tactical game. Because you can like sit in one turn, you know, for a while, right? So music can kind of keep going. And this stuff you kind of not even gonna really notice that it like, keeps going for a while because it's like nice. It doesn't get old too much, especially when you're probably like thinking and kind of distracted. Yeah, but this one actually kind of does feel like, to me at least, right? Kind of like thoughtful one. Like it does have, you know, like the rhythm and stuff, but it's not like too aggressive. It's kind of like constant, you know, suspense, or like it doesn't drop, you know, it doesn't drop the bass or something. It's just kind of like going constantly and like, you know, in one calm, you know, like beat sort of. Like I feel like it kind of should drop, but it kind of never does really, because the whole song is a drop. And maybe now it's gonna. And they're just kind of like shifting it a little bit. Yeah, it's already kind of different one. That one was very pleasant. Yeah, this for now I'm kind of not sure. Like a little chaotic, you know, like the broken rhythm. I'm kind of not a huge fan. It's like that's why I kind of never really got into like the dark drum and bass, for example. Like it's going really hard, but it's like it's sometimes just kind of like all these like kind of like, you know, chaotic, those like broken beats and stuff, and I kind of like usually can't really get into that. Like the only one that was kind of alright for me usually was Technical H, I think. That's the only like the dark drum and bass I was kind of enjoying. The dark side drum and bass. Neurofunk, see. No, now it kind of gets a little alright because, you know, there's some system to it, like, you know, some sort of like it gets some sort of like system. Like, not just kind of like, you know, like completely random and chaotic stuff. This I don't mind. This I don't mind. Interesting. I mean, the Nights and Time Spaces in general was kind of like looking cool, but this actually bonus points for sure. This bonus points for sure. There are gems like that in. Did I? Whoa. Really now? Did I not give me the? Did I not visit after the Eden? Dude, brother man. How much do you have a lot, Steve? Let's finish yours and I'm gonna go get them, I guess, again. Like an idiot, you man. No, why are you doing this? The beach stop. Please don't glitch the sound now, please. Yeah, that was there. Yeah, just don't understand why you need to go like Eden and then to the guy again. Like, why do we need to do this, you know, sequence every time? I've been once already. Got some remixing going there. Oh shit, I'm Kelvin. Ah, they'll get more remixing going.
Hello, safe and sound. This is Martin and Oda from Tiny Clay team, and we're going to do like
Oh, these are the guys who did Tiny Clay. Yeah?
We just launched the game last night, 2 nights ago, and yes.
For those of you who are new to this game, Tiny Glade is a little game where you build castles, villages, ruins,
that one's popping off, man.
At your own pace. There are no goals other than those you set for yourself, and we ultimately wanted to create a space where people can relax. We worked very closely with Anna and Tom from Pansite to find the right style for both sound design and music to really capture and enhance the world of possibilities that they were creating.
Yeah,
Martin
not my
did
jam really. I agree with that kind of games. Not my jam.
On the music.
But I mean, I can see the appeal.
Only 2 instruments that have been recorded live, and that is the flutes, which is my mom playing, and the trumpet, which is me. The rest are all virtual instruments this was because we didn't have a budget. We could record me for free. My mom was more than happy to, for the first time in her life, be a studio musician. The studio setup that we have is very much homemade.
It's here, right?
Yeah, this tiny room, and we put up a bunch of things. Hello. And then, so there's the microphone, and then we go in here.
No,
so
that's
all
the
this
studio.
is just to make sure that we get a bit less reverb in the recordings. And then here is my sound card, and then here's my laptop, and that's it. The reason
That's
why
what I call
most of the
studio.
other wind instruments have really just staccato sound and not really sustained notes is that it takes less time to program and make it sound good. And also, the shorter notes meant that there would be actually more space for the sound design as well. It also makes the transitions between different time of day and different instruments easier to navigate inside of Fmod.
Alright, we are here inside of Fmod. This is the Autumn Glade music system event, and this is one of the tracks called Autumn Sun. Here you can see all the instrument stamps that we have for this track, which is quite a
Never the
lot.
book, man.
We have a few different parameters here, like music intensity, music richness, day-night, and so on, and I'm gonna set up the day-night parameter to increase over time. The music intensity is currently at 0, which means we just started a new glade and also haven't built a lot. This one decides which intensity layer each instrument is playing, which is what the purple, blue, green, and yellow boxes are. So basically, if you've built a lot, the music becomes more complex to match what you can see on screen. I'll just increase this manually as we go, which means we won't get the nice fades that we get in-game, but oh well. So now it's at 0.3, and that's a bit more fleshed out. And day-night is increasing by itself, so it's now midday. Let's switch to 0.6 now. That's even more fleshed out. And we're now in the evening. And topmost intensity. And it's middle of the night. So we're switching between different instruments depending on what time of day it is, and each instrument also has the 4 different richness levels triggered by the music richness parameter to match how long or how much
150
you've been
total,
building.
yeah. On the big quest.
And just for
And
fun,
small quest
to
I
make this
missed.
a little bit more complicated, we also have the music intensity parameter, which is connected to the sound effects.
Hey, Viper.
So if you're building a lot and the volume of the building sounds are above a certain threshold, that will cause the parameter value to increase, which will make different instruments fade out according to the settings assigned to them. And then if you stop building, the parameter
30
will start
each?
decreasing.
It's
because there's no
15 each
audio
actually.
pushing
The guy in
value
Aldebaran
upwards,
is
and that
15
will
each
make the
actually.
instruments fade back in until the tune is fully fleshed out again.
Damn insane. Bots are going ham nowadays. Seeing the AI advancements there. The AI advancements. There it is.
One of my favorite things about working
They
on
can
Tiny
say
Glade was
hi.
that the narrow scope of it allowed us to go really deep with everything we did. The music system got to be as complex as it is specifically because there's no narrative or fast-paced action to underscore. Instead, we got to focus on getting our players into the right mindset to relax and be creative, and on making the environment feel alive and dynamic with a soundscape that adapts to the day-night cycle and various themes. I've never worked on anything that has as many parameters presented
It
to
is
the
hello.
game, and bug
How we do,
fixing
man?
and mixing became quite interesting towards the end. Martin added so many details and layers to the sound design that I'm sure people feel but don't actively notice, like how a small building sounds lighter than a big one when you move it around, and if you zoom out really far there is a different type of wind. And then there's wooden elements that are added in as a layer for half-timber buildings, and that's for all types of building sounds. The level of detail is so impressive, and that of course applies to the visuals and everything else as well, and I feel incredibly lucky that I got to be part of a team with individuals as inspiring as Martin, Tom and Anna. Another thing that ended up having a big impact on the music was the first couple of trailers that we made, because at that point I had not yet had time to make more than a few sketches. Since we didn't have any in-game music, I had to make something that felt like it captured the personality of the game.
How's going
and
this?
that ended up being a
How's
very
your
good
day
starting
going?
point and reference for the rest of the tracks. For example, the very first announcement trailer had short musical phrases with a lot of silence between them
A
because we
lunch
wanted
at 9
to
p.m.
evoke
I see.
curiosity.
I
This
live in
led
the
to me
life.
choosing odd time signatures and often swapping between different ones within the same track to allow space for ambience, and it also added a nice and slightly uneven ebb and flow, which makes the tunes feel less static. And then there's the trailer that we did for a future game show. Here the music was based on a sketch I made inspired by the first trailer. The music is much more fleshed out than the announcement trailer and also much more than the in-game music. This track ended up being the main inspiration for the main theme, which is both in the menu music and also has a different variation per glade.
I would also like to point out that the music would not sound at all the way it does now if it weren't for the fact that Tom and Anna came with so much feedback. The soundtrack for Tiny Glade is definitely not something that I made on my own. It's been a team effort for everyone who's been on the team.
Hey, my name's Adam. You might know me as Crash.
Peglin.
I'm the composer for Peglin, and I've done additional music on Foul Damage. Today I want to break down a little bit of the music that I've worked on for Peglin and really talk about and highlight the storytelling and the instrumentation featured in the game. Peglin includes a few different instruments that are pretty integral to its identity, namely a piano, an upright bass, and a marimba. As you go further through the game, you'll start to discover new instruments that mean new things to the story and world of Peglin. So without further ado, let's open it up and explore some of that music. For our song breakdown, I wanted to talk about the later stages in the game, specifically the mines. These are some of my personal favorite songs in all of Peglin, and I really wanted to kind of pick them apart and we can explore them together. So a little sample for you here.
That sounds like it would fit at Ragnarok, to be honest. The book's already kind of like spawned somewhere else, probably, and just sitting there.
Compared to the rest of the soundtrack is the way that I've written the bass.
Yep.
I'm combining this contact bass with a different patch from a plugin that I really like called Massive. It's a very bubbly synth kind of sound, and because it's really, really low down, it kind of complements the bass in a way of giving it a little bit of sliminess.
You got a PNG tuber there, yeah, actually,
it's not a very comfortable place to be for Peglin. So that little bit of extra
pretty good stuff, pretty good.
Bass, I think, helps even that
going pretty well. By more
Another
tips
thing
on
to
more
note
books.
is that the signature marimba line is being affected by a different mallet instrument this time around. This time we've also got a Celesta that is present in the soundtrack as well. This one was chosen a little bit more to identify the crystals in the environment, right? There's crystals everywhere and they shine and they're nice and pretty. So in my mind, it kind of offsets the kind of sinister undertone of the track to have a really pretty soft mallet instrument playing along with the marimba.
Let's come in.
You can see how it's combined there with the melody, and then it gets its own spot here being a counter melody, and then eventually gets a full focus right here. It's nice and soft. It offsets the marimba really well, and emblematic of the crystals in this environment, which is its signature look. All the while we have all these other instruments playing, we have a really sinister, gross kind of choir
smart,
in
though.
the background.
The Peglin PNG tuber.
Those chords are very important to this song. You'll hear them over and over. Now, the effect stack that I used to build that is on top of a basic choir from Contact again. And you can see here that there's only 3
a lot of
plugins
stages on that
used,
PNG tuber,
all of them
actually.
actually are default with FL Studio. Gross beat was the first thing I applied to chop the sound a little bit more and modulate when its volume goes up and down. Then I added some reverb to kind of give it that spacious effect of being in a larger environment like a cave. Then finally, I added a phaser on it and chose a preset here that kind of mangles the sound beyond its original recognition. So I'll turn each one of these on as I play the loop. Watch these 3 orange dots and see what the different plugins will do to the sound here.
That's some affected Martians shit right there indeed.
The effect stacks that I use are pretty simple in my opinion, and I think you can get a lot of mileage out of a lot of default stuff that is included with your software. You'll hear this voice make a recurrence in the song and then eventually in the next one as well. Sometimes it ends up being part of the chords and sometimes it's just ambience. The staircase effect on this audio kind of gives it that idea of slowly progressing towards a deeper and deeper part of the cave.
Actually managed to avoid all the blinds
here.
here.
More sounds to identify parts of the caves that do not belong to Peglin, like in the beginning of the song. You can hear some tuned gongs and a synth line, both again from Massive and Contact. Those are 2 of my favorite plugins, and you'll see them being used quite a bit during Peglin.
Compete who makes more dang game? How so? How so?
You'll hear the marimba come in quite frequently after the stage elements have been present in the music. The reason I do that all the time is just to represent Peglin slowly gaining more confidence about the environment that they're in, right? There's a little bit of fear, and that eventually transitions to curiosity and then discovery. That's kind of the motif that I use throughout most of the soundtrack, is a
can check this dead end
story
here.
of becoming more comfortable with your environment and then trying to make your own presence in it. It feels a lot like someone's own personal journey, and I try to replicate the feeling of that through the music as much as I can. This is another point to the instruments from the forest, the more Peglin-ish area of the game, being corrupted with different sounds. So we have the Melodion track from the forest, and it's actually being corrupted with a brand new saxophone line, a baritone saxophone to be specific, both of which are from Contact. I'll let
Quest to enter the dungeon. I think you can just do dungeon teleporter there though. But yeah, Xenorx might do.
The saxophone is unique to the mines, but the Melodion actually makes an appearance in most of the Peglin-centric songs, so the Forest, the Encyclopedia, and other things like that. The reason that I keep adding different instruments to the pre-existing ones is to demonstrate the corruption.
You can just check some like buying stores and see what people are buying from how much and decide.
Actually are Peglin adjacent and have either been corrupted or possessed in some way. And as Peglin is discovering that, there's a certain level of familiarity, but also uncomfortability. That's where we get the synth layer added to the bass. That's where we get the Melodion being layered with the saxophone, and it kind of pushes that idea more. Now, for one of my favorite tracks in the game, I wanted to show you a little bit of the boss theme of the mines, which could represent one of any 3 final bosses.
Oh yeah, the Witch Star Sand and stuff, yeah.
It does represent the end of the journey for Peglin as it is right now. So this boss theme really cranks up the heat, and immediately you can tell right when the bass starts going wild, right? The bass is moving quicker than it ever has before in the game. And because it is so iconic to the mines to be focused on the bass, I really wanted to highlight that during this boss.
I see some books there. Yeah, there is 2 here. Now one on top.
One of the final elements actually added to this track was the choir stabs, where I got a plugin. It's from Spitfire Audio. It's called Originals Epic Choir, and it has these short staccato syllable sounds that I found really, really interesting. They get randomized as I use them, so they actually end up being different without me having to modulate them at all on my own. You'll hear them a lot through the song, and they kind of lend a more like powerful and dramatic feel to the song. I'm sure you had an idea that choirs would do that to a song, and this is the finality of Peglin, right? That's why I ended up using it in this song and not in any others. The drums are actually the exact same kit all the way through the game. Every song from the very beginning of the forest to the end of the mines uses the same drum kit exactly. I ended up choosing this to make sure that the feel was consistent between those few instruments that were iconic to Peglin, but it goes way harder near the end of the game. Now that you've had a
Peglin
chance
goes
to
hard,
understand the process that goes into these songs, I'll just give you a second to listen to it. Thank you so much for stopping by and listening. I really appreciate it. I hope this was both educational and maybe a little bit of fun at the same time too. This is Crashtroid from Red Nexus Games. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024.
Are you already 85, Steve? Because after 85, I guess we're not going to be able to take the quest anymore. And I got a 150 board already, 84. Maybe a niche. With that book. Where the book's at?
Hi, my name is Lucien. I'm the composer and sound designer of the upcoming game Henry Halfhead, and
my name is Riggy.
And the Halfhead.
I'm here to help Lisa perform a few songs for you.
Henry Halfhead is all about a quirky sandbox game. As Henry, you can basically possess a lot of objects in the game. For example, you can be an apple, but you can also play as a paper plane or maybe as an apple seed. It's up to you. It's all about being a playful person, having access to your playful mind, and I think this is really important for us human beings. That's also why we are.
I wonder if you'll be able. We're gonna probably get 85. I wonder if you'll be able to get it again
so
next quest.
We have adapted some
I
songs
didn't, so.
of the soundtracks that we can basically just perform them for you guys live. We hope you're gonna enjoy our performance and stay active and playful. Have a good night, evening, or day. Bye.
Yeah, let's go again then. It didn't 150 quest. Technically now I can. After I got the quest here, I guess I can turn it in. But there's gonna be more. There's some Dinky's music indeed there. Oh, bene. You'll be able to get the punks soon too. Just 10 more. See, Slavik, I see you. people buying it. Yeah, could be, could be. So it goes Dinker and Dinker there. Dankness intensifies. There's the book.
Be anything. Let me just possess anything. Because I'm Henry Harford. Yeah.
A way to think indeed, eh? Come on. Dude, the staircase. I think it's gonna keep going. I think pretty dink gameplay wise still. I wonder why they're not showing. Not showing more of that. More book. Let's take the manager here. Is it still here? Yeah. Gonna be 150, another quiz there. Buffering boy, stop. Twitch. Dude, boy. with all the keys, I need to check if you can sell them. Someone's buying. I actually don't know. Because they lead to the different parts of the tower. Like the basement ones might actually be... might actually kind of cost something. Because yeah, the Witch Star Sand is needed.
Thank
So
you
I
so
assume
much for
some people
watching.
do be
That was all
farming
from
that.
us, and it would mean a lot to us if you would wishlist Henry Halfhead on Steam, and also follow us on Twitter, Lulu Games, or at Lucien Guy Montandon. We had a pleasure to play here.
Let's see
and
this
have a
corner
nice time.
actually.
Bye.
Oh, some mobs here,
That
I
was
think.
wonderful. You know, Kate, have you ever heard someone call another
again.
person acoustic? Does that mean they're musically good? Anyway, Arranger is on sale, and their soundtrack is also on sale. Nights and Tight Spaces
Sus.
has a demo up right now. Tiny Glade is on sale, and Peglin is also on sale. So just a reminder, there's about 70 to 80 games
Yeah,
on
Ludi
sale
games,
on
yeah.
the Steam event. All of them being previous or current Save and Sound participants. So please do yourself and your ears a favor and go check them out.
We'll kick
That's
the
where the
next
bouquet
block
is,
off with our fellow Albo-based developers, Syndicate Games, and a debut game, Glum, where you do a lot of kicking. They prepared an upbeat performance for us of the game's soundtrack. After that, we have
Oh, the
Celestial
super kick of the
Return,
game.
a sci-fi noir RPG
No,
by
no, no,
Nightfall Games,
no.
with a dark and energetic performance.
Feel him.
Next
Not
up,
me.
we have Headless Run, a Starship Saga, a thrilling roguelike space shooter with an audio deep dive into the game's intense combat music. Then, we've got Rightfully Barry Arms, a violently cute bullet hell roguelike with a dynamic concert and a deep dive into the game's soundtrack. Coming up next is Mixed Universe, a musical sandbox game where its creator Chris Zuko makes a music track from scratch. We'll end this block with Escape from Ever After by Sleepy Castle Studios, a magical, story-rich RPG and a deep dive into its jazzy soundtrack. Now, sit back, enjoy the ride.
That's the Super Kiko one, I think. So the one. Someone up. The frog one. Oh, the Toads Obey You or whatever. Which glitching kicking in, I think. It's kind of weird. Like sometimes it's fine, sometimes it is. 1 second, I need to. Man, I don't hear a glum there. To be honest. The brain rot. And the Borpe song there. see the dead end here. No Bookadell. Oh, the anger food. Oh. Why is pro game though? Why is anger food pro game? But yeah, it is basically. Okay, the anger food in the way there. Also the Kika, just the developing on the concept, I guess. Yeah, I see Oxer. Not thinking of Shrek there, yeah. Shrek games not available? Damn, I thought it's gonna be abandonware or something with such franchise, and even though I guess it kinda can be. I think like Enter the Matrix was abandonware in the end. Even though like Matrix and stuff, right? Let's see here, maybe real quick. Yeah, there is some. There's a Buka here. See what I say. The list shall return. Second, in all the sub loot. Brother man. Shoots getting heavy. What if cloak hands someone is buying here? They actually even that. Oh yeah, a lot of keys though. Holy shit. So this actually something stuff there. Interesting. That's some good music too, huh? Celestial A return to the Celestial Rise, huh? What exactly is the one? Good him now. Derivative, how so? It's not a bad thing if they're being inspired by it. And they will do it good, why not? Field looks and screenshots, alright. At least if it's made well, why not? Music are nice, at least, that's for sure.
Good. So we have a plan.
Time travel and space travel and black.
Strange things are happening every day. Hier kom groot kak translates directly as here comes big shit. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. I don't think you guys can hear that, but there's some really weird noises outside. Anyway, thank you for watching.
Oh, that's the LD one. Did that. Played that one. Did have some dang jammers there indeed.
Right. So, hello, everyone. This is the deep dive of our boss fight trek for Hattie's Run. And it's called Opskop, which is an Afrikaans word. Opskop, how do I describe it? It's like a party where people will probably end up fighting a little bit with each other. But yeah, let me just play some music first. Here we go.
South African Thieves, yeah, done now. Done now.
So, I use a lot of samples, like this one, which you can hear is like kind of an Eastern sitar instrument. Okay, so that, Ashmin, what you're hearing is me counting in Sumerian, one of the oldest languages in the world, because we have 3 galaxies and they all have their own vibe. And one of the galaxies is a very ancient galaxy known as the Ezdian galaxy. So I wanted to reflect that ancientness in the music. So you can hear this. That's African chanting. So it's like, I found these like African Zulu chanting samples online. I would go and record actual
Zulu
chanting
chanting.
in Zulu if I was in my own country, but I'm not. I'm in the Arctic and I'm not even with my team. So it's been quite a thing doing all of this with my team all the way in the south of the planet, and I am all the way on the north of the planet. You can ask me about it if you'd like, but it's a very long story and I only have a few minutes to do in this deep dive with everyone. We do what we can, and yeah, I just use a lot of these like really cool songs that I found, and a little bit of MIDI here and there, and then also my synth, which I carried across the globe with me.
Alright, easy with D then. 86 now. Gameplay on that one was really dang though, I have to say.
So here we have some of my synths coming in.
GSA, I'm not sure actually. Sometimes it just kinda doesn't.
That's my boy.
Musical were really nice. But yeah, gameplay was quite something actually. Wasn't easy. Means it's on cooldown. Not always, sometimes it just doesn't search. Sometimes it just be bigger.
Just showing you the music. And from my side, that was the biggest thing for me, was basically just
Is there more Eden stuff? Oh, there was actually another quest actually, wasn't there?
musical. That is not just like something, you know, some repetitive stuff that people have to listen to. Well, it is repetitive. It's supposed to put you in kind of like a flow state, but I like to have a lot of emotion, a lot of depth, a lot of symbolism in the music that
Guy
you
in
don't
bro,
necessarily pick
come
up while they're
on.
playing, right? So I mean, while you're playing, you're not necessarily going to notice that someone is saying the following while you are playing.
Time travel and space travel and black holes and time warp.
So as you can see, I really like chopping things up. I like to chop things, like this area here. You can see.
No one's buying
Lot of
keys in
chopping
Starsend?
Of the little audio samples. A lot of people, you know, you can use. There's an app for that.
Never lucky, man.
There's like a filter or an effect. Or
Old card albums and sell them then.
But,
Good luck finding that.
so I became quite obsessed.
Or even get them
with
from
chopping things
Jokers
up
and
in
stuff.
this game. And it's funny because like while you compose, it's almost like, I don't know, like I get very immersed in the thing that I'm working with, and the game vibe
Holy.
itself kind of like reflects in
Sounds
the way
like a
that I
trip
compose.
there.
Like the whole chopping things up and like the distorted, like jerked audio is also reflective of the story and of the gameplay itself, where you get thrown in and out of these like wormholes, right? That are kind of like chopped up
Det sista vi kan se.
pieces of time. This game has so many layers to it. Like it's like you have so much story that you will only uncover if you actually die. And if you play the game, like you have to, like every time you die, you go back into
You're gonna be dying a bunch there, that's for sure.
back kind of where you started, but everything's then a little bit different. But the thing is the story is different as well. So there's like so much story. I couldn't believe it when I actually played the game finally. I realized like there's so many layers to the story. It's just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. And it goes so deep, and it's subjective because it depends on like how many times you die, how much story you're gonna.
So there's no more Eden Group quests after 85, right?
It's like subjective. It's like you go there and every
Only like the boards on the map, I guess.
languages, and there's so many cultures, and there's just so much. There's like it's got a lot of muchness to it.
Probably a few years. Nah, shouldn't be that bad.
What it is, and yet it's humble. And I think that's reflective of our game. It's like
Shouldn't be
it's a
too
humble
bad.
game, but
Okay,
it's
can we
got
handle
so much to
them
it.
Dark Priests, I wonder? I
Every
think we should
little
be able
part,
to already.
Even, you know, in my music, it's like every small little piece has a story, you know, and has a muchness to it. The main kind of home world is based around Johannesburg, which is in South Africa, who didn't know. And South Africa is a very, 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 very diverse country with many, many different languages, one of them being
And this will take like all of the quests in, I see.
so I say a bit of something in Afrikaans.
I didn't finish Tower, me neither, me neither.
Which is translated, hier kom groot kak, translates directly as, here comes big shit. Yes, here comes big shit, which is the direct translation. Yeah, so once again, that like adding these kind of elements, story elements into the music. Yeah, for me, you know, it's all about the feeling. I think it's all about the feeling. It's all about creating a feeling where the person feels
Giffen then, I
dry,
guess.
like energized,
Dark
and they just
Priests.
wanna, like, keep going, and they don't want to stop, and they just like, right? I mean, that's the whole point. I just want to create the right emotion for the player. A bit of chopping up there. Anyway, it's all about just doing things we love. Just like making things that we love making. Because I will never stop.
You have
making
jokers,
music,
yeah.
even
That will
all
take a while farming it from them though. Yep.
is not
I
enough
know the
money
feel
or
because we were farming them on the high rate server, and even on
nowhere,
high
or
rate
nobody
server,
loves
that
you, all
wasn't
these
like
things
that crazy good of
why
a
we
drop
can or
rate.
cannot get things done. But at
That's
the
where
end of
you
the
actually
day,
were farming
if you
old card
truly
albums in
love
crazy
doing
amounts,
something,
hoping to get that Ghost Ring card.
Lasse loves
You could do it somewhat consistently on high rate at least.
animating. Liam loves writing stories, and I love making music, and that's why we did this. And I guess that's why no matter what happens, we'll just never stop doing that. And I'm so grateful that this team chose me to work with them. My birds back in South Africa. Shout out to my team.
I love you guys.
Oh shit, 8 level. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Holy shit. Thank you, man. Thank you. Imsta bike softe Kalash Hams GT Sabaponsi. Yes. Står again, Kusochi again in Nobium. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. A big one, a big one.
I love you guys.
Thank you, 8 level. Thank you, sir.
I love you guys.
Ruslavic, true. Sold something, Steve. Nice, nice. Then there's another mini gameplay there, dude. Another mini gameplay.
I love you guys.
I'm not the only one with the mini gameplay there. Thank you, level. Thank you, man. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Sora. That's very nice of you.
I love you guys.
My gameplay is almost the same size even there. Almost. A little bigger, I guess.
I love you guys.
Yeah, I want to save and Giffen and get Dark Priest probably. See how we can handle them. I mean, you could try Petites already, but we got the quest anyway. Well on the way. Just for like a little bit of a... to diversify the funsies there. Again, in the same range still. For the XP gain. Kind of below Dark Priest a little. Let me see actually. $86, even a bit below there. Huh? The bed part of a mod, so which one's that? Which one's that? Invisible World. You can go get in the navigation menu. You can put the route, the navigation to the Amatsu level 2, and then it's gonna show you like the path through Amatsu level 1.
I'm Garrett Rose, the composer for Daylight Basement's upcoming release, Rightfully Bury Arms. It's a goofy bullet hell shoot 'em up roguelite with a ton of irony and nostalgia.
Dark Priest might be better actually if we can handle them well.
Second dungeon of the game, the docks. I wanted to do a little deep dive on the inspiration and goals for this music.
Did I get the quest for Dark Priest?
So as I mentioned, this game plays a whole lot with nostalgia. Whether it
Nah, we didn't have it. Oh, maybe it's not even available then yet.
And this
Still might save there at least then, I guess.
Because it was a reference to the classic East Coast fishing towns.
What do you do? Oh, daily quiz there.
It's still got some creepy elements to it.
Recruiting people to submit subjugation requests. Hunting quiz
And
here
because
too.
of that balance of creepy and wholesome, I'm able to use that as a really good launching off point for inspiration. So for this track in particular,
Just need to defeat 80 monsters here in Giffenfield. If you defeat them, you can come and report to me.
And then couple that with the
Alright,
hard-hitting
not bad.
soundtracks of people like Darren Korb and the textures of nautical cartoons like Flapjack and SpongeBob. By attempting to balance those sounds, I can make something that exists in a world of true childlike adventure, which is surrounded by the unknowns of the adult world. With those inspirational touchstones in my back pocket, I then had to figure out
Dark
how to
Priest bounty.
maximize
Yeah, you
my
can
music.
take it
How
and
can I
let's do
write a
this
short
one, I
tune and
guess.
be able to use
There's
it in
daily
daily
quest
visual
here.
ways?
Kill
To
80
do
mobs
this, I
on this
actually wrote
map
two
and
melodies that sit on top of
return.
one another.
That sounds
There's first
easy.
the Irish jig.
That sounds easy.
And then
What
the
that?
simplified sea shanty. These two ideas can be played together or apart, and then with the added variation of the rock-style music bed, the possibilities are pretty abundant. One of my
Go save
favorite
there
things
though.
about these variations is
While
what
I'm at
happens
it.
when you get to the implementation stage. For example, what happens when you fire
Actually,
a
wait a
weapon,
second.
what happens when
Teleport
the
to
room is
nearby
cleared,
city,
how
can
I
you?
maintain excitement for the player, all those kinds
Oh,
of
you can't.
questions. In this
Wait.
dungeon, the music is always remixing and varies between being a tavern
Cannot
style
proceed because too many items.
instruments
Shit
to
already.
8-bit frenzy
Fine.
with a steady backbeat.
Give it a is.
Ideally, the music doesn't get annoying, and the variation adds interest and curiosity for the player. So that's basically the quick and dirty version of what's under the hood for this track. But there's so much more to say. Go ahead and give our game a shot. It's out now in early access, and player feedback has been really huge. Check it out and enjoy the tunes, and thanks for listening.
Yeah, Barry Arms.
Hi folks, happy to be here for Save and Sound, and yeah, my name is Zuko, and I'm the creator of Mix Universe, this musical sandbox game, which I'm going to play today and just make a mix from scratch. So all these individual nodes you can see here make sounds, and I can edit them, and we'll be playing around with all the different things that you can do in the game as we go. So starting off, we have something like this. Actually, not too bad for auto-generated. Kind of feel like a little bit more synthy today. Maybe a little too long. Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'm just gonna select all of the terrain and get rid of it, and then we'll move all this stuff around. So now we have just this. And what I kind of want to do is just mess around and see if there's some sort of... I'm actually going to turn snapping on and see if we got...
The annoying alarms,
cool
yeah.
here.
Yeah, here it would be already really annoying at 1 AM. That's for sure.
I kind of like...
Then to store some stuff.
So, and then I'll link these together and move them over. And follow the pattern. And we'll go a little lower. I kind of dig this. I'll take this and then we'll transpose it. I'm gonna stack them, I think. I think it'll be really cool.
Already saying we're ready. Do it. Do it.
Cool. You see how quickly you can kind of have fun just by transposing the different starting beats of things. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can get that like a dun 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 dun. So one of the really cool things that you can do
sell probably
is you can add effects to everything. So I can add reverb, and then I can even just make the duration longer for all of the notes.
I don't know, stuff from Elder is
simple kick.
Needed really. Let's save, I guess, a bit.
Which obviously we want a little bit more than that. This sound. What does that sound like? So now I have this. What we can do. Yeah, I like that. I think what I'm going to try to do is a really neat effect where you take these and stack them so it goes like a
Vertically there too.
More. Move it down, down, and then up again. That's pretty cool. I think it turned out pretty sweet.
I also can fly through all of this.
You're like, wait, where's the other layers? Oh.
What's the actual gameplay of the character though? What you gonna be doing there? Just walking and flying around.
And that's it. That's the mix that we made today. All from scratch. And yeah, all the layers are toggleable. So if I wanted to change like the lead off, turn off the background maybe.
Stay true. Could be danger.
Thanks for checking out the vibes, and hopefully this inspires you to make something in Mix Universe. That would be awesome. So whatever you post, you can post it on Discord or whatever, and I'll take a look at it. And you can upload it to the workshop, and everybody else can take a look at it too. So have a good day.
Pretty sick indeed, eh? Traversing through the storybooks. They already farming here. I should just teleport here from Glassheim. Bigger. The mob density here is worse though. Feels like. I think on Prime there was like way more shit around here. And people were farming here like the whole groups. Seems kinda like the paper butter there in a way. Hey, hello. How we doing? Yeah, some mobs up there. The local grass touching injury there, I see. Let's go, Elvis. How's your evening going, eh? Nice, Elvis, nice. Congrats. Actually gonna fix your stuff there. Then I'm gonna be getting a new one then, I guess. I guess. You have needed. The base here. Kind of mazed up. Let's see over this. See, nice. Just gonna fix it. Feels good. Wait, really? Damn, son. Ooh, Crimson Mace. Oh, anything good there? Actually planning to propose then. That escalated quickly. Ain't wasting time there, I say. Yeah, but yeah. Wait, Crimson Maze actually is good stuff? Wait, it's been 2 years? Wait, really? Already? The fuck? When did you move to Spain? Like, it all kind of was like, you know, like a few months ago.
Glum, Celestial
Alright,
Return,
beheading
Headless Run,
continues.
Rightfully Bury
Among
Arms,
Us.
Mixed Universe, and Escape from Hereafter all have a demo for you to play. On top of that, Headless Run and Rightfully Bury Arms have a sale going on, so check them out. What is up next, Hans?
Wait a
Yeah, for
second.
the juicy tax
When was the last
deduction
time that
there.
you drank water? Yeah,
Thank
you
you, sir.
at home. Water check right now. You know, it's important to stay hydrated. And also, maybe it's time for our first giveaway. The lovely people over at Elgato, they've blessed us once more with a sponsor segment. This time with the whole Neo
Yeah,
product
if you
lineup.
upgrade this one
They're
hard,
plug-and-play
let's
tools
see.
for pro-level sound, video, and control with a nifty
And
Stream
with
Deck
high
Neo
base level,
at the heart
alright.
of it all. So they're giving away a
not
Stream
bad.
Deck Neo, a
Some
Wave
good
Neo,
drops
a
already,
Facecam Neo, a
nice,
Key Light
nice.
Neo, and a Game Capture Neo, all in one package. And you can enter this giveaway through the form that we're linking in chat right now. Just as a note, this is like a single, we're not counting, you know, multiple entries.
Nice,
so that
Lovic,
everybody has
nice.
a singular fair chance. So thank you again to Elgato
Already
for sponsoring
farming.
the giveaway, but also sponsoring this whole segment. Next up, we have Starstruck Hands of Time, a game that describes itself as a story-rich rhythm adventure game where you play guitar and you abuse time travel. They will be performing music from the game. Then we have Fruit Bus with an audio deep dive on the game's audio systems.
Spain
and then
for
we'll check
now,
out
I
Tiny Book
see.
Shop that has a little cozy concert for us. For the second half of the block, we'll be checking out Shapes 2, which is a recent indie hit, and they'll be showcasing some neat audio design.
Let's see a secret.
Then it's time
Alright,
for Cabernet,
interesting.
which will be
Nice.
discussing the philosophy behind the game, and we'll finish up the entire segments with Angel, a breakbeat-infused adventure. See you on the other side.
I can keep it here, I guess, too. Gonna be proposing and chilling in Spain there. That sounds good, man. That sounds really good, eh? Hope it will all go well. Wait, did you already go to your parents? Did you already go on the trip? How did that go? I still... Are you planning to do it on the trip? Serious, I see. I think it's that close. That close. No, I see. I was want to do some dink stuff there. I mean, just go on another like stand up or something, and make it a part of the joke or some stuff, or joke about it, and then you know, psych. That's serious, I see. I mean, you know, why not? Let's put it that way, why not? If someone is sitting there, you know, waiting to get more of that stuff, you know, and the Zaum is dead, even though, like, there's plenty of now offshot studios that are basically Zaum in a way, or trying to be, right? Like, why not? Just make something that is more of just the same. People want it. Through hinge. Damn, son. Was actually unhinged there, alright. The Bugle Shinobi's there. Damn, son. Oh, did you already do it? Give me a second, I have one mob left. So there's dailies here, that's interesting. Can return tomorrow if I'm still not gonna be done. I can continue with the Glassheim. Alright, was already have a good one. Have a good one. Something game in there. Probably faster to teleport here early, but whatever, I guess. So big boy, let's get him.
My name is Alexander Winter, and I'm the composer for Krillbyte's Fruit Bus.
That's already out, I think, right? That's supposed to be kinda poggy one.
As an EDM producer and DJ, and I'm usually make very bombastic electronic music, but scoring for movies and games has always been like a huge.
Can try Archers? I mean, we could.
Really grateful to be able to create the soundtrack for this game.
We could try just to finish that quest, even though we can get a new one really there, but at least we can try.
Scores and soundtracks. Early on, I was only brought on to make the music for the reveal trailer. As the devs sat with that trailer tune over time, they felt it represented the game so well that they hired me to do the full soundtrack. So in the game, the player is driving a truck around on different islands, collecting fruits and making dishes for the locals. It's a game about exploration and relaxation. Behind the cozy open world experience, there's a lot of story about family and drama that's taking place. You inherit the fruit bus you're driving from a family member and go on a road trip through different continents and cultures to fulfill your grandma's last wishes. So it's a lot of heart beneath all the apples and bananas.
And me, Steve, and Slavik currently on this server.
Help tell the story with the developer.
These three of us. Yeah, like two of us playing together. Slavik already was playing for some time before. He's already at 99 there.
Some of my inspirations for this project was Koji Kondo and Katsumi Tokata. They're veteran Nintendo composers, but I really like how they can transform very established sound like Latin, jazz, or fusion and transform it into a video game soundtrack that's very palatable for the player. They create very catchy compositions, and I think that's super important, even if it's background music, that it sticks out a little bit and you remember.
Okay, there is Archer here and regular Rider too. You probably found some yourself too.
Which is a retro house electronic
producer. Like not enough decks for this shit whatsoever.
Mixed it with the lo-fi hip-hop wave that's been going on the last decade. It's very important as a composer on a video game that's this cartoony and strong visually to have an instrument palette. Like a painter chooses colors instruments
There
that
was
are
archer
used
here,
in
but
different
there was a regular
songs.
rider
Again,
here too. Okay, you got the
get
archer. Okay, you got this
cohesive
guy.
sound
Shit.
across the compositions.
There is another one there.
Incidental music underscoring the emotion and the background. And
Peace out.
diegetic
Good
music
shit, good
playing
shit.
from the radios and speakers. Those
Okay,
were the two
I'm
types
alive.
of music I was composing for this game. I
Yeah,
also
that's still
produced a bunch
probably a
of
little
radio
dink.
tracks for the player to enjoy.
I think
while
that's good though.
cruising
He
around and
survived.
exploring.
That's the important part. Will he be able to get out though? That's the question. The Giga grinding, I mean, it wasn't that Giga.
Composing the
It
story
was like
music.
3-4
The
hours per day, I
emotional,
guess. That
incidental
ain't
music.
even that crazy.
It really helps connecting the player to a fictional
Ain't
character
even
and
that
setting.
crazy.
And I wanted the music to feel sweet, endearing, a little sad, but also rewarding and uplifting.
Lose XP when you die? Yeah. You lose. I'm not sure exactly how many percent you lose here.
The sound they wanted was
But yeah,
clear
like
from
at
the
least
beginning.
1% you
The
lose.
audio director for Fruit Buzz, Martin
But maybe
Kvale,
more.
was very adamant about this 70s analog, lo-fi and quirky sound he was looking for. There's a lot of hissing, tape noise, warmth to the production.
We do have the
But I
brighter
wasn't
shores
alone in
actually.
making all the music here.
In
Martin Kvale
2
is
days,
not just a brilliant sound
the
designer,
RuneScape
he's also made some
original
additional
creator,
music to
the
the
new
game.
MMO.
He's been working on this game for
So you can
years
hope on
before
that
I
one.
came on.
We'll give that one a go. See how it is.
So I basically took care of the main
The MMO
themes
galore
and worked on the
intensifies, man.
emotional aspect of the game.
A lot of
As
MMO
a
in.
composer, it's great to work on a game with such emotional width. From small, tiny moments to big moments. One of the contributions I had to the game was me and my
Yes, you
daughter
really
was
did
playing
say.
ukulele in her room.
Yeah, well,
And I came up
hopefully
with
we'll
this
get some good hype
I
moment with
suggested
like
to
new
make a
server
little
opening or
character that's
something.
like a troubadour, or
That
like
would
a
be nice. Would be
street
nice.
musician standing on a corner playing a little bit, and then later in the game has this big moment where they get to shine on stage playing the tune that I wrote.
You'll see, maybe. I would kind of do hope that they open some new European server or something. Would be nice.
I thought it would
Ping
create
is a bit
good
of a
addition
pain.
to
Ping
the
is a bit
quirky
of a
atmosphere
pain.
of the game, and also add a little bit more of like a unnecessary addition.
It depends on
I
the
think
game,
as a
Axer.
player myself,
Like in single player
enjoyed
game,
finding
I
those.
rarely can get behind grinding.
This whole
Rarely.
process was a very
Unless it's like
collaborative
really
process.
satisfying.
Even though I had a lot of freedom,
In MMO
there
is
was
easy
very
though.
clear direction, and also there were other people composing additional music as well. I had a lot of freedom.
Early
to
access release.
create what I
It's
wanted,
early
but
access
the
release.
game really
Free to
was
play, you
telling me
know.
what to do because of the strong writing in the game. It was really helpful to create a strong musical identity.
Cold outside the room, I see.
One of the biggest characters in the
Actually,
game
kind of like
is
is a
the
little bit
player's
fresh,
grandma,
but not too
and
bad
she
yet.
gives you
Not
her
too
fruit
bad yet.
buzz
Not too
to
bad
kind
yet.
of carry on her legacy as a nomad fruit chopper ninja. That character had so much emotion. It was so fun to compose for her specifically, and her interaction with the player. I don't know, there's something very cinematic about family within a game. It's not that often that you get such a heartfelt and tight relationship between the player and another fictional character. And the music
You know,
has
when
a
I
lot
say,
to do
already
with
hunting for
connecting you to
achievements
that
there.
character. Also, the player's mother is also another character.
It should
was
be. It
really
should be
fun
free to play,
create
Raiders.
music
It
for.
should be
And
free
I
to play
tried to
with
use the
like
grandma's
the
identity
paid
music to
pass,
make
sorta.
a genetic similarity to the mom's theme, so that they both could
So you
play
can have like
together
some
in the
content for free. And then for the rest of the content, you will need to have some sort of
For each
subscription.
island as well, I
Or
also
maybe like buy the
created
game.
some
Not
more
sure.
ambient versions of the main theme for the island, so that when you're driving around to special locations, like a viewpoint or a unique place,
And
there will be
archers, I
some
think, are
cues
kind of a
from
little
the
bit of a
main
pain
theme
still,
from the
though.
island. And repeat themes, I think, is super important.
Getting
in
10 of
games
them
and
might be not
movies,
really worth for
because
now.
it really helps you role play.
Yeah,
that
I think
area,
some of
that
those
specific
skills
moment, because
kinda
those
kinda
characters
are
are
locked. I
supposed to have
think
been
at
there
least that's
for
what
their
I've
whole
seen so
lives,
far.
and you just came in here for an hour or two, so the music is kind of helping filling in a lot of those gaps that the player isn't emotionally aware of. And I think that's what's cool about
Yeah,
music.
seriously,
It really helps fill in the gaps and be the mortar between the bricks in an emotional experience within video games. So I hope you enjoy Fruit Buzz and the music I composed and produced for it. It's some of the most fun I've ever had is to compose music for video games. It's amazing.
Yeah, seriously, let's see. Tiny Bookshop, they also like showed already a while ago, I remember announced, still not out yet. Yeah, then let's go get the Dark Priest instead, because yeah, this is gonna take a while. With the archers, need a little more power there. Yes, we'll see. We'll see.
Hi, I'm Raven. I'm the artist and sound designer on a game called Tiny Bookshop. Tiny Bookshop is, as you guessed it, a game about running a tiny bookshop on wheels, no less. This one right here. It's a light management game with a lot of charming characters, beautiful locations to visit, and of course also a lot of books. So if that sounds like your cup of tea,
Tiny ecosystem,
you can try out the
alright.
demo on Steam. Game comes out in 2025. All right, I'm gonna play you a couple more songs from the soundtrack. I hope that sounds good to you, and here's the next one. Alrighty.
Time for some Dark Priest in there. Like one of the corners there that we need to get in. Don't remember actually which one. There's a specific corner or not. That works. Ooh, that requires some more decks though. Top left for sure. Alright. That will need more decks. True ender, true.
Okay, and one more.
On the Raider Shores now. I'm gonna have that running. I'm gonna have that running. And then we'll see. No one killing MVP on this server looks like, alright. Sounds kinda bonky. Yeah, they got it easy at the HED, yeah. I'm actually was kind of also surprised. I was like, damn. That's the first time I see that. That's the first time I saw that in Raw. Mana. That I also didn't expect. God, pukes. Oh, they turned you into undead
Thanks
there,
for
I see,
watching.
alright.
I hope you tried the demo, and
Gotta
I
be
wish you
careful
a
with
great
that
time with
then.
the rest of the stream. Bye-bye.
For now it heals
Hello
at least.
and welcome to an audio deep dive of Shapes.
Them shapes.
My name is Petter Semelius, also known as Pepsen, and I'm the composer for Shapes and Shapes 2. In this video, I will focus on the music design, production, and the challenges I faced during development. Shapes 2 is a top-down factory building game where you extract and process geometric shapes in an endless, space-themed universe. The shapes are delivered into a central hub or vortex, and the player needs to deliver increasingly complex shapes to progress. The vortex will always give the player a new shape to deliver once a request has been
Holy
fulfilled,
crosses,
making the
quite
game
painful.
essentially endless.
Okay, there's many too
The
many.
game has no combat, no levels, no real narrative either, or anything you'd normally use as a condition
Guess
to
you can
switch
kind of
music.
kite the slope lives
This is why
there.
we decided to keep the implementation fairly simple, similar to the original Shapes game. The first Shapes game had very limited possibilities in terms of implementation, as it was initially a browser game. The game could only handle one music track during gameplay that played in a loop. So what I did was stitch tracks together into one long track with seamless transitions in between, something similar to a DJ mix. And while Shapes 2 had more options in terms of implementation, we figured
Combo
continuing
Monk is
with
nice. Like
this
for
simple
old school Ragnarok,
track-based
Combo Monk was kind of
playlist
cool.
made
But for
sense.
leveling and stuff,
Feedback for
you're
the
just
music
like
in Shapes
self-sufficient.
was very positive, and there was no real reason
Pretty
to
effective.
overcomplicate things in the sequel without having a clear idea.
I guess in modern
on how
one
to
it's
move.
already not as bog, yeah?
Sometimes it's better to keep it
But
simple
value leveling still
and
kind of
focus
nice.
on the music itself.
No,
The first
combo
Shapes
actually
did not
is
have a
alright in terms of being
and I had the freedom to come
actually
up with
alright.
whatever I thought worked for the game.
The only issue
This
you need
included
to
classic
pre-mash
instruments
combos
like piano,
basically.
bass,
Like you can't really like
guitar, and drum kit.
you know like try to like aim the very last moment. You actually need to kind of pre-mash them. Then impulse go
Soundtrack
through
already
and then
had
you're
some
fine.
electronic elements, but it was mostly
So you
acoustic.
can't really like
For
you know
Shapes
go
2,
some
this
super
needed
sniper
to
mode.
change.
Like do I need the
could not
combo
keep
or
the
it's
acoustic
already too
part,
late?
and it sometimes even had a jazzy
You
sort
want
of
to get
sound
the combo, you
that
need
didn't really
to
fit well with the space theme in Shapes
mash
2.
the both combo
I wanted
buttons.
to tap into the expectations people have when playing a sci-fi game, but still keep the essence of the initial shape score. This included adding spacious pads,
That's when it's nice to have a Battery card so you don't get hit by
synth arpeggios,
those dark crosses.
and a lot of movement through automation. A general feeling of
Press it before you need it, yeah.
vastness
Well, the
was
quad
something
combo
I
you
was
usually
aiming
kind of
for,
already spawn
while still
spawn
keeping a
most of the time,
rhythmic
just not to
element
miss
at
it if you want to
times,
use it.
adding drums to certain parts to represent the factory that's always moving.
Yeah, but you
never
also need to
sleeping,
kind of spam
but also having calm moments,
the big fist into.
uplifting, giving a feeling of safety, since there isn't any danger in this game. The biggest challenge was to find the right balance between foreground and background. Piquing interest here and there, but mostly working as an ambience or mood setter. I didn't want the music to take focus, but I still wanted it to feel present and something the player could stop and listen to if they wanted to. The music is fairly simple in terms of music theory and rhythm.
The
as
joke
I
change was
wanted it to
interesting,
feel
I see.
familiar and safe. Most of the tracks are in
If I wanted
environment and with a 4/4 beat and do not
enjoying the
repeat.
game, feels
I
good.
instead created variation, movement, and interest.
Oh, missed the
through
combo now.
processing. Automating
Once.
volume, filter, reverb, panning, and delay, which was also the most important effect for this project. Let me show you an example of how I used delay. In this track, I have an ARP melody which sounds like this. As you can hear, it already has quite a lot of ping-pong delay. And to make it even more pronounced, I added compression at the end after the delay to enhance the delay even more. But we don't stop there. We add more. So during this whole section, I have another delay which slowly increases in mix value until
Enjoying the Veil Garden, sounds good, eh?
Once I gotta get Panda back and heal you. The delay is now the new main signal, pushing the whole melody forward a slight bit, and in that sense creating a new melody, because it's not the same rhythm anymore. And this is what I try to do throughout the whole soundtrack. I try to be creative with processing and make it sound even more spacier, and like everything is moving.
Is nice against like versus you know, like the big one target.
That was something I was trying
big
to do
chunky one target boys.
The biggest difference,
which is already like nowadays not really that relevant, because you just gonna destroy stuff in like 1-2 skills on the whole screen later down the line.
Panning to increase the sense of stereo movement.
Okay, shit.
In an effort to make the soundtrack feel more 3D than the soundtrack for the first game. One of the challenges I faced during production were coming up with new, interesting ideas that fit the mood and palette I had chosen to follow. It was very easy to drift away from the intended mood, and the fact that I needed to compose over an hour of music with the same sort of style
too tight.
Sometimes difficult. I had to
my
scrap multiple ideas because I strayed too far from the intended mood.
Some rate is
Another
something.
challenge was to not overproduce. Sometimes I tinkered with the track for too long and actually made it worse.
Nice.
I'm never truly happy with my tracks, and it's really hard to know when a track can be improved and when it's
Blessing on that is actually low-key 5-head move,
never
and actually debuffs them.
Only abandoned. This was a brief overview
But that was
of the countless
unintended.
hours of thought and work that went into the creation of the Shapes 2 soundtrack. I hope you have time to check out the game and the soundtrack on Steam. I also want to show you that my gear, this is all my gear by the way, is as boring as my background. Thank you for watching. Bye!
Hold the gear.
I'm Jim Fowler, and I'm the composer on Cabernet from Party for Introverts. Again, my journey into writing music for video games was kind of circuitous. I started out playing jazz, went to music college. A friend of mine was working at Sony, and they had just started SingStar. And from there, inside Sony, I began writing the menu music for SingStar, began helping out on other projects. From there, worked on all kinds of things, either as composer
People
or
going extreme on that one from both sides. I mean, whoa.
The orchestrator's job is taking what the composer's written.
Alright, I can raise you, but you need to peace out. Oh wait, I can't.
Arsini,
I don't have the leaves.
one of the co-founders of Party for Introverts, and I worked together at PlayStation.
Mode case.
A little later down the line.
Alright, so in this corner.
Left to be freelance. He was speaking with Arsini, and he said he had this game coming up. I thought it sounded really interesting.
I might die now
fun,
too.
so I kind of threw my hat in the ring to work on it. I guess the first things that inspired the music were a kind of sadness,
Dark Lord happened.
Eastern European melancholy, and a kind of gentleness, despite it being a game about vampires. It's some of that melancholy I think comes through.
Have we found them?
In Liza's Lullaby, which is kind of the source of a lot of where the music went. There's something that just as a melody could be a nice bedtime song, sleepy song, but once it gets the harmonies on it, it begins to give it a slight ambiguity, so it's like a very strong harmony. There's a tension, there are extensions on all the chords.
I see. Destroying them Dark Lords there.
How I was trying to achieve that sense of melancholy. There's always just like this way or a touch that way, and it never quite makes it. In general, for the score, didn't want it to feel like a sort of pastiche Eastern European music. Sort of a lot of sevenths and ninth chords that you might have found in late romantic music, just to kind of give it a little feel of that, maybe some Rachmaninoff kind of ideas. So I suppose looking to borrow small ideas from composers around would have been around in that part of the world at that kind of time, just to give a little flavour of the time and space, but not draw you out of it and not to make you feel like it's pastiche music. Except, of course, for the drinking song in the bar, which is just a full-on Eastern European drinking song pastiche, but then that's kind of what's required there.
June, if you're ready to suffer the ping.
So Anastasia, who's playing the cello in it, I got to record my oldest friend for that, who I've known since we were both 10. So I knew I was going to write that tune for him to play. That was really nice to get to do something together again, because we haven't had that much chance to do things together since we were at school. That's probably my favourite one, just because
The pain.
I got to record it with Dave.
The pain.
Capture your reaction to the game in music. Whether the game requires some big emotional journey, whether it requires action music or just needs
Content
to
quests
make you
besides
feel
grinding?
cool when
All
you
the
finish
quests
it.
are basically
If
more
you honestly
grinding.
respond to that,
And the content is kinda, I guess, also grinding. Just grinding some bosses and
the
instances.
unique thing about music for games is that the music
Technically,
isn't
like
finished
pretty much
until
any
someone
MMO
plays
really is
the game.
grinding.
You make some music, you record
It's
it,
all
you put it
grinding in the
together.
end.
The music itself
And just
isn't
grinding
completely
different things
finished until
differently.
someone plays it. Whether they know it or not, that they're kind of steering the
Is
music.
that an end?
To its
I guess like max level, all the best equipment, fully upgraded. It will take a while, and then I guess you can also partake in the PvP
Both Liza's
in Guild
Lullaby
Wars.
and Dragomir, both their melodies and themes start with 3 repeated notes, not the same rhythm. And the idea there was that although the melodies go off in different directions and they do different things throughout the game, the idea there was to link
You
the
should
two
try
of them
exit
together
logs there,
and
like
just
at least the
both music ideas
trial.
idea of 3 repeated
But you
notes.
try, I try. If it works, I'll just get. I think you can get like for
Spoilery.
like the multiple people. I need to check how much that costs. I'm just gonna get like the exit log for the group, and that's it. If it will actually do stuff.
Welcome to the audio deep dive for my game Angel. Angel is a rhythm racing adventure game set in the dying network of Echo. In this video, I'll discuss how audio is at the very core of Angel's mechanics.
Character customization, basically like your like the head part is the customization stuff. Head, mid slot, and the bottom slot on the face. That's pretty much the style. Actually, no, I think now there are also like the skins and everything too.
Of course, I wanted to
Like
marry the sort of
the
gameplay with
whole
drum-focused
this stuff, I
rhythms,
guess,
and
sorta.
specifically a breakbeat Y2K era
So
network
there are some now.
In
But
Angel,
the skins and
players
stuff
a
are
new
most
AI
like the
learning
skin in
instantiated
the Gears
into the dying
slots.
network
That I think is mostly cash shop
optimization
stuff.
of
I don't know
these
if there are
AI
any like
has
free
led to
ones.
perfection in the network, and there is nothing left to learn. Therefore, the AI have begun to starve, and the network is experiencing its own extinction event, digital climate change. In your journey, the creation of new breakbeat patterns will bring much needed novelty to the stagnant network. But will this knowledge ignite a spark of renewal?
Good
Or
music is
contribute to
there,
an
huh?
ongoing, optimized downfall?
Yeah, the Hearts is the real end game. It used to be a real end game. No.
Let's talk about the specific mechanics in Angel. Firstly, your role in the network is to obtain as much data as you can. This is how you learn. You begin by connecting to the network. You have to tap along with the backbeats to connect to the network. Once you have tapped along with the backbeats for 2 bars, you will achieve connected status.
Yeah, the coloring coupons for clothes are also kind of there, but the coloring options are limited. That's usually on private servers. They have like a bunch of like sometimes custom stuff, which might be sometimes actually even a bit too dank, a bit too much, a bit ugly.
When connected to the network, you will see the download speed increase and data begin to download. In the Echo network, there are multiple ways to explore and complete tasks. You can move both vertically and horizontally across layers.
No.
In many cases, you will need to switch up or down a layer to avoid obstacles and find hidden secrets. Verticality is an important part of exploration in Angel that introduces a new 3D platforming element to the arcade racing formula.
Yeah, they have the skill. They have this like the Holy Cross thingy, which is Dark Cross, I guess, thingy in their case.
Finally,
and that shit deals a lot of damage.
The mechanics of Angel. When you connect to the network, you download data. But in certain situations, you need to increase your download speed with combos. In Angel, we slowly teach the player new breakbeats, beginning with a drum and bass combo, awarding 5,000 kilobytes of data. After this, you can learn a 2-kick variation of the drum and bass combo, all the way up to a classic Amen break. At this point, I think it's clear how audio is at the core of Angel's rhythm mechanics. For Angel, I've built a specific drum-focused combo system from the ground up that lets me swap out different breakbeat patterns at different tempos and for different collaborating artists.
It's nice, but the rhythm games, usually kinda not very pog about them.
This beat counter takes in the audio.
Sadly, the music is in them.
I can use this to generate bars of music data and specifically build out combos according to the current 8th note. I then
a rhythm game where you make your own drum and bass and stuff.
Takes an input as an integer.
A rhythm racing game, yeah.
Using this input pair
with some drum and bass and
a combo scriptable object that houses a list of expected 8th notes and expected inputs. Using the backbeats combo as an example, the combo is highlighting that input 3 will occur on the 3rd and 7th 8th note. Then, I can use this combo scriptable object in tandem with the beat counter system to check the current 8th note in a given bar.
The combo system combines with racing, yeah, also kinda like
other game systems can
didn't get fully how it goes there.
Rather than aligning with MIDI, I have used this system as a purpose-built, modular way to generate and keep track of complex input combos. These combos are separate from the tempo of the song, making for flexible rearrangements for multiple different songs.
I guess you basically just kinda need to press some buttons on time.
Yeah. You can see me playing a song with a drum and bass combo. But if I change the song, now I have a song with multiple different combos, starting with a drum and bass combo and including a D beat to complete the 4-bar pattern.
And sometimes they try to do the coma or something on you, looks like. Say, do it.
When we put it all back together again, we end up with a high-speed 3D platforming
race
imbued with unique drum-focused rhythm mechanics. Audio is at the core of this experience, weaving a soundtrack breakbeat enthusiasts from around the world, while slowly teaching the player how to play and write these beats, both in-game and in real life. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here today, you can try it for yourself in the Angel Alpha Demo, available now on Steam.
A little weak still. Come on. Duck. Faster. On it. good jams, man. But the rhythm gaming is ding for me. Too ding for me. Could be just soundtrack in the game though, that I would like. Which I mean, it is, you just still need the rhythm though. Oh shit, okay, run. I'll get you. But I need mana. Kinda risky with leech mana from these guys, though. No, they miss you with that good. Some mana good.
And we're back. Starstruck Hands of Time, which actually released, I think a month ago, is on its first sale post-launch. Fruit Bus also released like a week ago, so it's still on its launch sale. And Shapes 2 is on sale. Tiny Bookshop, Cabernet, Angel, they all have demos available. What are we watching next, Kate?
Coming up next is Into the Grid, a cyberpunk roguelike deck builder. Non-Fungible Trauma has prepared a DJ concert featuring the game's soundtrack. Following that is Dungeons of Hinterberg, an action-adventure blending
Into the Grid is good stuff,
and
wasn't
monster
it?
slaying, with a look into its adventure soundtrack by Marcus and David.
Isn't that the one I even played?
After that, we've got Dice Gambit by Chromatic Inc., a strategy RPG where dice rolls decide your fate, along with a deep dive into its tense score. Up next is Morgan Metal Detective, a charming exploration game with a look into its orchestral soundtrack. Then there's Fish Game by Shell in a Pit Games and Creative
level
Games,
87.
which is, you guessed it, an immersive fishing simulator, where we'll dive into its
level
tranquil sounds.
87.
We'll wrap this section up with Tavern Talk by Gentle Troll Entertainment, a cozy visual novel set in a bustling medieval tavern with focus on its warm, old-world-inspired
Circus in
music.
town, damn son.
Don't forget, we're also
We're
giving away
hunting for that
keys
Colossi there.
of our featured games. We have over 40 games for all of you watching right now, so make sure to sign up in the form we'll link it in the chat. We'll take some of the winners right now as
There's
well.
more. Monica.
Hope you have a good time.
Two levels into the Snot Break Party. Is it 10 levels here? I thought it was like 15 or something nowadays. Now you do that, see как you can see. Not surprised. Get Stalker already soon. I'm gonna start Call of Pripyat tomorrow actually. This time. Sure, Slavic, sure, if you want, why not? That's some gaming music indeed, eh? I see. Gotta get the gaming going. Okay, you should feel free. You're not gonna be farming a lot of money here, though. I guess might be not the best for the bunnies here. True, stay true. The big dark priest, let's go. Comboed, son. Get maybe more decks though, actually. Or you know what? I'm gonna get more strain instead. And I hope the base level will actually increase the hit parameter enough. I'm gonna follow in Slavic Arise. I think when Slavic Arise is better for you to maybe like sit down somewhere just to leech XP. You're not gonna get, not gonna leech the kills though. But I think when it's like 150 kills, it's not like really that important. You can catch up on that anyway later. Because on the follow that might get kind of scary. But, I mean, we could try though. Let's see, what did I say? So the Nightmare is basically just the damage sponges with a bunch of damage themselves. I see, what did I say? Nightmare in there? Nightmare in there, Bite, sure. There should be more or less safe spot in the middle. There used to be, at least, where everyone was sitting. Let me see, XP share works. Should be. Yep, no. Should be good, huh? I do play a Nightmare, I see, did I say, huh? Middle not safe anymore. There's sun. Nerfed. No one killed mobs in the middle, let's say. Huh? Actually, yeah, there's no one to guard, I guess. One move.
Hi, we are Markus and David from Wobbler Sound, and we made the music and sound design for Dungeons of Hinterberg. Today we're going to talk
where the
about
boss
how
was,
the
yeah?
music and also the sound design in the game came to life.
Dungeons of Hinterberg is an action-adventure RPG set in the wonderful Austrian Alps. You play as Luisa, where you explore the world around Hinterberg and try to uncover its secrets.
No, it's not this one, not the mountains. This one kind of like the puzzly stuff. This one is out already. Yeah? I think. It should be, I think.
When we started working on Dungeons of Hinterberg, we tried to find a unique music style.
It's on Game Pass, yeah, I think so.
We tried different approaches that we discussed with the dev team. We ended up with influences coming from ambient, indie, 80s wave and indietronica. We also added elements of traditional Austrian instruments to give it some local color. You will also visit a lot of magical places. The music will accompany this with more abstract sounding elements. We used instruments ranging from accordion, horns, dulcimer to guitars and synthesizers, and also, out of this world, alp horns.
We tried to capture this variety of the game elements also in the music. Besides your regular gameplay, like exploring dungeons or fighting mythical monsters, you will also do things like
hang out at the local Wirtshaus,
meet fellow adventurers at the top of a mountain,
or relax at the spa.
Like the art style, I saw.
So all these locations and gameplay elements have their own musical approach, ranging from ambient to driving, from funny to dark and mysterious.
Dungeons of Hinterberg consists of 4 different biomes, each with their corresponding dungeons. In the overworlds, we wanted to underline the naturalistic
Oh, you're going to have the AoE in them even, damn son.
So we
waste
decided
money
to go
on the
with an
potions.
organic instrumentation. There the music is also more ambient, leaving enough
Get
space
the mana.
for the sound effects and ambience.
And they were lucky.
All music tracks that can happen within a biome, like explore, battle, relaxation, are written in the same key and
Let's
tempo.
see what they get.
They also share a part of the instrumentation. This way we can switch easily between those.
Okay, I could go for the previous stuff there. Okay, Fury would give me the crit though, which would be kinda okay, I guess.
Sound effects, placing lots and lots of audio objects in the scenes. Having
Not
the
gonna
ops
use anything
literally
else
around
really.
us gave us plenty of material to work with.
They can get healed too. Maybe Numa.
Let's take a look at a combat situation.
Any monitor yoink.
Transitions into and out of a combat happen very quickly, but are also contained since you can't run away or leave a fight at any time.
Yes, it's do see.
While in the overworlds the music is mostly organic, within the dungeons the music switches to synthetic sounds that feel more mysterious and dark. In the mines the music is percussive and mellow. In the ice caves we used a lot of crystalline elements.
Some Giga combat even.
It was great to design all these different sounds, ranging from realistic to all-out magic. You can use a lot of different skills in combat that the audio will react dynamically to.
But using for healing there, Slavik.
To enhance certain combat mechanics, the music will get acute and dark, whilst the SFX will get extra reverberant and delayed.
You can face tanking
There
them
are
quite a
also
lot
many
there
other
seemingly.
audible details that you can discover throughout the game.
At skill shrines,
Line
you
them,
can
son.
hear
Been a
dedicated
while.
track accompanied by nice
The
visual
yellow
sound.
syrup leftovers, I see. Yanking your dark priest there too even.
At certain spots you can just relax, lean back and
To
enjoy
rebuff
the
you though.
landscape and the soothing ambient track.
You will enter dungeons through magical portals, underlined by a musical cue, also featuring one of my favorite sounds in the game.
That's another mob here.
Racing down the mountain with your hoverboard is accompanied by drums and guitars, which are dynamically added to the music.
And holy shit.
Or your local monster club's beatbox that blares out lo-fi beats.
Get a cursor or something and it's over.
Now we want to show you the social aspect of Dungeons of Hinterberg. After a long day hiking and fighting, you will spend your evenings in the town. There you can stroll around, get new gear, and most importantly, meet and hang out with the locals and other adventurers. Each date has its own mood and location. The played tracks are selected depending on who you meet, where you meet, and also the mood. While some scenes are funny and light-hearted, others will have a darker and more mysterious tone.
As long as we get more money.
And you will also encounter various bosses. Each boss has its own unique theme, which is musically tied to the related dungeon biome.
Det bjuder chicken. Go around, kill mobs? Well, I mean, you get XP though from, we get XP from that anyway. They don't count, but you get XP, so why not?
Enjoy your stay and slay in Hinterberg and its dungeons. Bye!
The XP is still arriving, so not too bad.
Hi, my name is Paul Cunha,
yes.
also known as
saw that come in.
the producer and music composer behind the original soundtrack of Dice
Oh, the
Game.
newbie wings? Oh, maybe if I save,
in the genre of music
I have
called
my
fado,
teleport.
which is a type of traditional Portuguese folk music, which I mix with modern genres such as
Do you have any
pop,
leaves?
EDM, glitch
Or I
hop,
can just return, I
etc.
guess, whatever. There's a bunch of stuff around here.
My idea was to create a soundtrack that was as original as possible. Instead of sampling famous artists and songs, I decided to create my own samples for Dice Gambit. And to do so, I brought to my studio some friends and artists as a guitarist, a bassist, and a fado singer. After long hours of recording, jam session, composition, I had a lot of material to create this
Well, I mean,
original
I'd
soundtrack.
one, but
After
whatever.
all the recordings came the time to
It'll be fast.
experiment, sampling, improvise and work a lot with some crazy wild ideas, because the soundtrack don't live only on guitar, bass and vocals. I had to compose, create arrangements, choose the best drum rhythms and percussion rhythms, harmonies, arpeggios, pianos, violins, other type of guitars, wherever. And this was the best part and where the best ideas came from. For example, in this project file, we have the song of Nova Family or Nova Offices, like this. This is the first verse. And then here we have the chorus. But the song started at single one
Tänk musiken
point.
där till om.
This moment here. This simple sample corresponds to a single part of the entire recording session. I will show you a little bit more of the original sample. This sample is performed at the beginning of the game also, but we used only one moment of this session. This one. And 3, 2, 1.
So you can see,
we cut it here.
Did you save him? Did you save him?
And we started the whole
There's
song
the important
from here,
part.
adding elements and other parts of the
Come
recording
on.
session.
Oh,
Other
still can
different
pause
parts
here,
to
interesting.
create the different parts of the whole music. In this case, the bass and the drum kick.
I wanted to region there too. I see.
And then the rest of the drums.
That's a German soundtrack for this one too.
Some background effects. And here
Dude,
we go.
stop hitting me with that.
What essentially I tried, which I think I achieved well, was to combine and mix the elegance and depth of Portuguese guitar with the informality and style of hip-hop beats, EDM, and other urban and modern rhythms. Fado is a Portuguese musical style and has great cultural value for the Portuguese people. Fado, which was developed mainly in Lisbon at the end of 19th century. It is usually sung by one person, the fado singer in this case, accompanied by a classical guitar and a Portuguese guitar. The most frequently sung themes in fado are longing, nostalgia, jealousy, short stories from the daily of typical neighborhoods, and bullfights. Some of best well-known vocals, for example, are
Even
Amália, Carlos do Carmo, Ana Moura, Camané, among others. As a Portuguese hip-hop producer and beatmaker, I have closely observed and been involved in the dev of hip-hop in Portugal. And I can say that the Portuguese beatmaking community, where I'm including myself, has always had the sensitive to remix and sample and use elements of its own culture. And from there, a kind of derivation of boom bap was born in Portugal. And as a lover of hip-hop and fado, this is precisely what I specialized in, hip-hop and lo-fi fado beats.
Dice Gambit is a strategy RPG where you shape and lead your own noble family of monster hunting inquisitors. And set in this near-Renaissance setting inspired by Southern Europe. There's these sun-kissed winding streets filled with vespers and gelato shops next to knights in commercially branded armor fighting monsters with swords, magic, and even technology. It's a lot of worlds colliding, new meets the old, so to speak. Paolo's music is a perfect fit for this world. The Portuguese heritage of fado seamlessly blends with the traditional side of the setting, while all the contemporary music shows
HP here there too.
actual the modern elements. Our world
Quite
can
a
be quite
lot.
weird at times,
Get like some vid
and the
going or
juxtaposition
something.
between new and old are
Break my
connected
mind
and bridged
almost.
through the music, creating a more cohesive whole. I think without it, many of the disparate elements would easily feel out of place. A big part of the game's world, both mechanically and thematically, are the three major noble families which rule it. Each family controls their own distinct section of the city, has their own distinct classes for the players to unlock, and of course play their own role in the game's story. They even all represented in the game's core dice as a fundamental action for the players to take in combat. As such, each family needed their own sound in the music as well.
Come on.
I tried to
more.
create the songs according to the elements that characterize each family to create the most
Getting lucky there.
direct correspondence possible between the music and the visual
70
elements
video
on
in
the screen.
depth, son.
So each family was
Chunky,
chunky genre, which is infused with the father music. For instance, the Nova family, which is the most technological family residing in the game's high-rise office, were given EDM as their musical identity.
And when I started this game, the idea was just to make boom bap beats, hip hop beats, only this kind of beats. But since Dice Gambit is so rich in detail, in visual and mechanical elements, I was sure that we could take the Portuguese guitar and this game to new horizons, into another level. Hence the diversity of rhythms and musical genres present in this entire OST.
These families are each disrupting the natural state of the world in some way or another, and their influence is felt in the music as the sound crashes, incorporates, and alters the bass fado samples which underline the entire soundtrack. The fado music ends up representing the natural state of the world and the soul of its people, which the families all vying to alter in their favor. We believe that the history of fado and what it represents is a great fit with this.
Not helping too much here for Hunter Beat is kinda like not that spoga. I mean, it's still nice, and it actually increased the effectiveness of healing items, so.
Along with this soundtrack that we are
But I mean, yeah, you kinda melt here pretty fast, no matter what, I feel.
If you'd like to know more, you can find and play a demo on Steam, and even more importantly, you can check
Unless
out
you're gonna have like Rydrick, you know, all that stuff.
YouTube at KV.
Upgrade equipment and everything, you probably will be
So
suffering.
much for tuning in.
That is inevitable. You need Batori here. If you have armor with Batori, then all these dark crosses are not doing shit to you. And then you
I
find.
missed you, Morgy Moo.
I missed you too.
That's Grandpa's old metal detector. How about you go try it out around Glaston?
If you find
the
any
curse,
litter while
yeah,
you're
curse
at
is
it,
also
you should
annoying.
take it to Senna's trading post. Cash for trash.
That you can't really do much about it, except for going for like Mega Lock and stuff. I don't know if you can even like reach the full anti-curse here. They changed that in renewal. You can also have like a lot of luck for resistance to curse, and then you get cursed actually, and all your luck goes to 0.
It's dying. Help me.
The metal detector. The game is a true simulator. Actually, he didn't do metal detector, I think, right? He did only the magnet and stuff. There's more ideas for another Sabaton. Probably already not the best season for metal detector in the winter. Just gonna wait until his Sabaton goes into the next summer or something. Easy life.
We'll do from bar 3, thank you.
You die there. Do you have one leaf? Surprised Drew is not dropping them that often. Yeah, they're gonna get the fly wings. They're clear enough around there. So they don't hunt Steve down there. Oh, okay, I just kinda like got a little already on autopilot there. Here you go. Didn't realize I was melting that already slowly. Yeah, seems like I see. So they actually stop working after, I see. see.
Oh yeah, sorry, Quentin. In arm 41, the flute and
So I can put 3 here. It's gonna be 45, and then I'm gonna have 5 left.
Yeah, exactly.
I could get it in the yield, or I should go warp portal. It will be actually 5. If I'm calculating it right. Like I need the Fury really, just for a bit of a bonus crit chance, especially since I'm already not really regenerating much. Mostly just absorbing from the enemies. You going, Endor? Sleep well, man. Sleep well. Thank you for watching, man. Thank you for watching. Already getting, for me it's already like giga late. But I'm still for now holding. I'll see for how much I can hold more. For now, still managing. Idea probably already soon kinda too. Like 3 AM for me soon. That is way past my regular time, that's for sure. We have the same stuff tomorrow too. This show gonna be tomorrow also. Part 2 tomorrow, so gonna watch some more.
Thanks, that was great. Yeah.
Get enough Dark Priest to kill probably for now.
Hi everybody, my name is Gordon McGladdery. I am the studio director of A Shell in the Pit Audio and A Shell in the Pit Games. We are a game audio company that has worked on games such as Five Nights at Freddy's, or the last 3 installments of it, Untitled Goose Game, Night in the Woods, Pacific Drive, Little Kitty Big City.
Oh, there's some dang stuff going.
1 and 2.
A lot of Amiga games there.
And over 60 titles. We've been around for a while. We love what we do. And we used our game audio money to fund the development of our own game, which is...
I see what it is, yeah.
It is a freshwater home aquarium simulator, the best of its kind. We've gone very deep with the science and the behavior simulation and the plant growth simulation, and have kept it fun. That was number 1 goal, was to keep it fun.
See stuff you can see.
Last October. We
Do
got
it.
93% positive review score on Steam. If you like pet sims, if you like nature, if you like life sims, if you like anything that's underwater.
Gonna do some more, but also gonna be peacing soon. We're gonna have some more to watch tomorrow.
But more science. So go take a
Some
look.
more
It's
to
on
watch
sale
and to
for
grind
7
tomorrow.
I
I
believe
want
it's
to
the
push for
steepest
some more though
discount
right
we've
now.
done since release. And yeah, we're making it in partner with Smarter Every Day, the YouTube channel, and our developer pals, Creative Inc. Today, I am going to be mastering a track as quickly as possible and showing my process. 10 minutes is not a long time to master a track, especially if you're talking about, usually mastering is going to be for the whole album, and I can't do that in this amount of time, but I can show my general thought process and learnings and a few of the plugins and things like that. So I think we can get this track from a raw, unmastered state to a generally shippable state in 10 minutes.
Oh. Dude.
So let's
Stop
go.
it.
So this is a track
Stop it
from
with the errors there.
Caravello. We have 3 artists on Fish Game: Caravello, Larissa Okada, who did the music for Manifold Garden and worked at Bungie for a long time, and myself. So the first thing I do is I want to run through a rich part of the track and then view it in my spectral analyzer to see like where frequency buildup might be happening. Are there any spikes? Is anything underrepresented? And then my goal in mastering is going to be to smooth that out a bit without pushing things down so much that they, you know, are inaudible or buried in the mix. First thing we're noticing is that the bass is too loud. So I'm going to hop into the mastering chain and use a multi-band compressor with pretty steep Q on the side. So that's between 50 and 100. 50 and 100 making, this is, okay, so it's quite narrow. And the bass notes are mostly the same, but I think it's actually the kick that is a lot longer than the bass itself. So I'm gonna find out.
Have to get some insane boss even harder.
Bass notes and where's the kick? Because I don't
Go
want
him.
that much louder than the bass. Make sure that our attack is catching it. Might bump up the ratio a bit.
Get more decks still probably.
And get a pretty aggressive range. You'll see a lot of mastering tutorials that are like really fine-tooth combing things and just tiny little adjustments here and there. That's not how I do it, but I'm also, you know, I'm not a mastering engineer. That's not what people pay me to do. I write music and I happen to wind up mastering a lot of albums. So I mastered the Pacific Drive soundtrack. I master all my own
Pacific
stuff.
Drive even.
I mastered the I Was a Teenage Exocolonist soundtrack. It's I really enjoy it. Like I have fun.
Out faster.
Those multi-artist soundtracks
Blind.
are quite challenging actually, because everybody's mixing in different ways. Some people are delivering things that are already mastered. Some people are delivering things
Get
raw.
first at least good.
So you can see that this control
This
is
part
working
has a
quite
lot
well.
of them.
I'm also going to bump it globally a little bit. We're starting to get a bit of a nicer curve here. It's not poking out way up. This plugin used to have just this button used to clear it, so you didn't have to open the settings to decay. There's probably a smarter way to do this. I don't know.
The movie title? Oh, Pacific Drive.
Basic part.
The game.
Okay, not bad.
Nice game.
Next thing I'm going to do, these are the lead keys here, so I don't want to go too nuts on them. They are supposed to stand out.
But yeah, a little bit of a flex. It seems like a whole studio there is kind of like doing a lot of sound stuff for a lot of pretty big games.
Attack of the key to get through. But you can see that some frequencies are poking out more than others. So that's 200 to 5.
Still kind of flexing.
This up a little bit. Set the range. Not nearly as aggressive as the bass. And I want to catch these lower notes more than the higher frequencies. So I'm actually going to make this curve a little less aggressive. Right around the 200. The 200 is the offending note. So we should be controlling that more now. How's my time? Almost 6 minutes. Okay, we're doing good. Come on, bass. Okay, great. You can see our curve is getting a little more flat. If this was a modern sound that I wanted to be really clean, I would aim for like pretty like flatness across there. The slope's at +3. And the next thing we're going to do is boost the 1K to, or I guess like
yeah, actually, yeah. Well, I mean that's kind of like the aquarium simulation game, so and going full lo-fi mode there, I guess. They're still going still. Holy shit! That card alarm is going to him, man. That's been some time already.
Turning that band up.
That's been some time.
So I'm getting a nice curve here. I might bring the bass down a bit more. Okay, super. Oh, also the first thing that I had done is I turned the
I don't really needed that much. You know what? Let's go actually get the heal up, probably.
Turned it up 10 dB
Just
before
get the Nuba might be nice.
And our goal is going to
We'll need to hunt something down with them. The range attacks? Yeah, let's go for Nuba, fine.
So,
utility.
One of these magic plugins called Gulfos that is basically doing the same thing that I was doing manually with the multi-band compressor. So it's
Just use the plugin.
that are a bit overrepresented, and recovering meaning adding frequencies that are underrepresented. And if I cranked these, we would see our analyzer go pretty flat. So that's what it's doing. Okay, great. So we can hear the before and after. Here's before. It's not a bad mix. Like we're not making huge changes.
The voices in your head there, yeah. Could be that too, huh?
A little more balanced. And then the final step, and I'm gonna turn down OBS for this part, is to get our loudness.
Getting it in OBS there even.
Ozone Maximizer has this awesome feature where it will learn, it'll listen, and it will set the loudness for you, so you're hitting that -14 LUFS point. Normally I'd be playing the entire song rather than just a section, which I suppose I can do now that I've done my spectral stuff. And then I'll usually let the song run 1 or 2 times, and often this will get right to -14. So right now it's turning things up way too much because it's during a quiet part of the song. It'll figure it out over time. Okay, we got 40 seconds left. I'm going to guess where it needs to be, and I think it's about -7.6. And that is a mastered song. Before, I'll turn it back up again, a little smidge. Before, after.
You see what I say? It's time. It's time.
I think my guess is going to be pretty close here. Anyways, I gotta go. Bye, Fish Game. See you later.
The Fish Game.
Hi there. My name is Filippo.
Accidentally learn how to master some songs, yeah.
I'm a big fan of the genre and I wanted to create a soundtrack for a game like this since forever. To portray the cozy and charming tavern as well as their even more charming characters, I'm opting to use a lot of plucked instrument sounds, which I just love playing. And I hope you enjoy this little preview of some of the instruments we'll be using for maximum magical coziness.
Just playing all the instruments casually, because why not? It just doesn't click for you, Axel, I see. Yeah, it happens. Not everyone can. Sure I can. Not sure I do. Same as I can play the instruments, not just like picking like, you know, multiple different ones and just pumping. I'm not as good. Oh yeah, it's different throw spirit sphere now. You only waste 1 sphere there, right? That's actually kind of nice. True raise is true. The boiler room set was really good though. That was very nice. More gameplay for games would be nice too though.
I've heard the tale, set the sail, so it's time for me to leave. But my feet stay at the door, unsure of what's ahead. It's a path I haven't taken, steps I've never tread. But if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Play flute and keyboard. Damn son, insane. Actual instruments.
Made of glass, past the forms of sleeping dragons. No day is like the last. Never know what will happen. I was drowned rose from the deep, a chasm of fear, but I still took the leap. And if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink
Dio, so let's see. It's time to return to that practice. Hit that flute.
I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
And they went when there was a lot of mobs. Well, actually, whatever. There was a lot of them anyway. Need to look into it. Like, maybe it works for everyone. I'm not sure. Like, I just haven't checked it really. Maybe it works for everyone, not just for VIPs and stuff. Hey, portable, hello. How we doing, man? What are you doing, Sora? Almost done with that priest for now. Very good, huh? Stuff I can say, do it, do it. Alright, time to go turn the quest in. Let's see how much that will be. Should be some good one, even though I'm almost 89. How much will that be? That should be a massive one.
And we're back! Into the Grid, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Dice Gambit and Morgan Metal Detective have a demo for you to try. And Fish Game and Tavern Talk are both on sale. What do we have next, Hans?
Well, before the games, you know, we're giving away some keys to the forum throughout the evening. We just picked some winners right now, actually, and we'll be tagging them as we go further onto the showcase. So make sure that your notifications are active. This next block is actually sponsored by Audio Kinetic, the leading provider of cross-platform audio solutions for interactive media and gaming. They're also the creators of audio solutions like the award-winning Wise and Strata multi-track sound effect library. People in games might have heard those names before.
Okay,
and for any of you sound designers or audio people out there right now, Audio Kinetic is actually giving away a Strata license right now. So with Strata, you'll have everything you need for infinite customization.
Sleep are going to be required soon.
Effects and source files. We'll include the giveaway link to the forum in the chat right now. So thank you to Audio Kinetic for allowing us to do a 4th edition of Save and Sound. Next up, we have some pretty heavy hitters. We have Cult of the Lamb, who will be showcasing
a little bit. Could be nice. It's gonna be like a cheap investment, kinda.
The game made by the creators of Dorfromantic in collaboration with Cursegats. And after that, Necess will be showcasing an orchestral performance on the recently overhauled OST. Then we'll have a combined piece showcasing audio and music from Pathologic 3 and Quasimorph. And finishing up this block, we'll have Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, with a deep dive on audio, history, and storytelling. How do you pronounce Cursegats?
Cursegats.
Enjoy.
Hey, it's your boy, Riverboy. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on Safe and Sound. I really appreciate it. I had a bunch of fun making this song. So the song that I chose to record is called Start a Cult. And it was actually the first song that... This was like early on. It was the first song that I made that I think made it into the game. And I remember I was sending a bunch of stuff at this point in time. I was sending like heaps of different melodies through. I was sending heaps of different kind of instrumentation through. I was sending heaps of different songs through. And this was the first one when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that fits. That's the sound of the game." And so it influenced me. It was a good guide. It was like a touchstone for the rest of the music, at least for the bass segment of the game. So yeah, if you played the game, there's kind of two main segments. There's the bass section, and then there is the like dungeon crawling. And the bass section, I think I would call it kind of like a lo-fi hip hop.
Sleep well, Slavik. Sleep well. Thank you for playing. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well, bud. Sleep well.
The other thing,
Pathologic 3 I kind of want to see. Let's see Pathologic 3. Then maybe also gonna be heading out to sleep after.
And
Late.
so like I have a bunch of
late in my time zone.
And then my tongue drum is in E, and my harmonica I think is in A. But I wanted to play them all, so I just kind of would pitch shift the whole song, record the melodies, and then pitch shift the instrument into the right key, if that makes sense. So yeah, you might notice like a little bit of kind of weird
no more beat.
Aliasing
Beat is not really like healing that much though.
Yeah.
At this point already in your career. I'll get you. I'll get you. Good mixing there. The send message, Montes. And they're after you, they're after you. Well, binding all meat? Nothing really much to buy. Meat, still probably meat. Other options like the white potions and stuff, that shit is expensive. That shit is expensive, man. Dinky song. Getting more agility might also be an option, just to secure, you know, enough fleas so they hit you less. Then you need to heal less. Come on, I'm just getting like, stuck on the tombstones. Lady, a little more I feel. Do a little more even. But if it's not solo, like, you know, just like going around together, then not a problem since I have the heal. Other than that, not too bad. I would say other than that, to get some more agility. Gonna buff. Oh, didn't buff. Too bad, man. Come on, Potter. Good. Need mana. Start Burgess. Bring in Pathologic. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even go for Fury. I should just get the heal maxed out. Still probably can. We'll see. Both Numa and okay, live. Both Numa and the heal. Higher level heal will be nice. We'll be able to embrace the full support monk, no problems then. Loot. Okay, they went this way then. You artist, we know some instruments too, you never know. Artists all around. Almost 19. Nice. This one's almost dead. Surviving. Imagine having time, man. Imagine. Must be nice. Must be nice. Come on, didn't hate when he gets stuck in the animation there. German. Do be German. God, Dex actually kind of now more or less stabilized, feels like. I stopped missing, so I'm gonna like invest into it too much. But damage, I can do more. If I can one shot with the throw spirit sphere, that'll be really good. Mana.
Starbirds, coming to a solar system near you. Wishlist now on Steam.
Sound like some odds there.
Hi everyone, I'm Rune, the composer of Necess. To celebrate Necess being part of the Save and Sound Festival, I've had the pleasure of putting together something extra special for you all. Performed by Ensemble Hermes, here are the best soundtracks from Necess on strings. Enjoy.
This is also considered MMO actually. We'll hit that one eventually when it's out of early access or something. That's the Hooded Horse, if I remember correct. I mean, it's kind of weird type of an MMO, but still, would work. Top-down Terraria, see. Ja, det är a lot of mobs. A little too many, maybe. Okay, yeah. That was a bit too dang there. Oh, these guys are reducing the flea there pretty much. And the Dark Priest is doing the dirty job. Dirty work. Come on. This is the mana. The sucky part when you die with no mana. You can't heal up and stuff again. That's the worst one. Still will need to get mana back though. Tomorrow maybe already gonna be 99, maybe. It would be nice. And we'll get that tomorrow. Yeah, there is the Earth Quest also in Einbroch, or was it Einbach? Need to check that too. That's gonna be some upgrades for the gear. To do some of those quests then. Gives me some money. Come here. Like no one. Come on. Take it. The many of you, get out. Concentration potions going down slowly. Zoning out while drawing, actually, damn son. The ADD zoomer brains, damn son. I mean, I guess in a way. As long as it works, though. I feel sometimes that's not a bad thing. It actually gives you advantage in some tasks, I would say. But in some tasks, it's quite a disadvantage, though, so... But that's how it is, we just need to find our spec, you know. IRL, our build. Of what we excel at. I'm around ready with some heal them. Prepared. And the SES gameplay seems kinda dang though. The combat, man. Are you already there? Took a while to load in. Down there. We kicking. Someone killed Upward, I think, too. I haven't seen him in a while, right? I guess that the Yuga priests and everything running around, probably. Good soundtracks there.
Hey, I'm Ressa from Gaming Audio. Our team has been working on Pathologic 3 with the very legendary Vasily Kashnikov and his apprentice Nikolai. This video will feature some of the audio stuff we've made together. Thank you Bedtime Digital Games for making this festival happen. Our goal regarding audio direction was to give the player the real experience of being in an epicenter of an epidemic. Fully realistic, no bullshit. So we are obviously shooting this video in the town. We realized pretty early that the game was quite different from the original Pathologic 2 because of the time travel mechanics. So for the prototype we built the time travel machine, which appeared to be quite useful to record some source sounds and make this video in just half a second using existing technology. Let's start with the music.
Hi, I'm Vasily Kashnikov, audio director of Pathologic 3 project. I'll tell you how our music is structured. We were already thinking about how the Bachelor's game would sound when we were working on Pathologic 2 and writing music for Haruspix. In Pathologic 2, the music had more ethnic, unreal motifs and instruments. Since the city and its customs are familiar with Haruspix since he was a child, he is involved in the traditional way of life. In the case of Pathologic 3, this is the view of an outsider who evaluates everything from the point of view of rationality and science. Therefore, we are trying to make the Pathologic 3 soundtrack colder and more detached from the steps and ethnicity in character. There is more synthesis, guitars at the same time. The Bachelor communicates with Zeus in power, so the soundtrack also contains a large share of minimalist so-called furniture music that could sound in the salons of the beginning of the last century, piano etudes and references to composers of that time, Satie, Debussy, etc. Thus, our soundtrack is a rather eclectic mix of hip-hop, down-tempo, ambient and minimalism. In the city, when the Bachelor is alone with himself, we emphasize the cold mind of the rhythm section, less emotional harmony and sometimes electronic timbres. In the rooms where we
could say he was kind of boosting, you know.
We use more expressive harmonies and more classical instruments, piano and guitar passages.
On God.
When we designed the interactive music system, we assumed that time is finite, and the music had to change depending on the amount of time the Bachelor had left. However, we later abandoned this system, and now the music changes depending on the state of the bachelor himself, who can fall into apathy or psychosis. To emphasize these states, we apply filters and effects to different layers of our tracks and get a slower, muffled sound in the case of apathy, and vice versa, nervous, glitchy in the case of psychosis. In the infected and rebellious
They
orders,
ditch completely
there are
all the
also
time limits
interactive
and stuff.
systems that,
I
oh my God,
like that.
Please stop this. Whoops. Sorry. But yeah, basically the audio system we created reflects everything we hear in the game, such as
If we use our gun when dealing with the local thugs, the longer we aim the weapon at the people, the less sounds of the outside world we hear, and the louder becomes the heartbeat. To add the intensity, shepherd tone was used along with a high-pitched tinnitus sound. If the psychosis level goes to the maximum, it starts to damage Bachelor's health, which is accompanied by flashes on the screen, as well as low heartbeat and short breathing
In
sounds.
the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that change the character of the music by adding or disabling instrumental layers depending on the state of the world or the bachelor's equipment to fight the plague. As a result, we have 12 tracks for each day spent in the city. They can freely switch between each other and several dozen other
With
themes,
that there.
locations and characters, and all the music is subject to change depending
Ja,
on
kan vi
the
another
state
book?
of the
See,
bachelor.
another book.
has the weather changing system.
Probably good money in the store. Actually, not sure if someone like
The
buying
game has
them.
global wetness
Actually,
parameter that shows how intense the rain is.
yeah, the Crimson Bible.
The
though.
more it rains, the more squishy and muddy are the steps on the outside surfaces. Moreover, if you come closer to the window, you can hear the rain pondering on the glass.
Oh yeah,
Because even
the
in
hero was
middle
the
of
Dark
break,
Lord here.
We always have some room for cozy moments, right?
Egon.
My favorite part of that system, and it's a bit of an Easter egg by the way, is about the cows. So when it's raining, you can actually hear a very, very subtle sound of raindrops dropping on those bovine butts. And I personally think it's beautiful.
To create the actual sounds for the bovine butts, we hired our best ASMR sound designer.
Hi, my name is Artur, and I was also involved in creating some sound assets for the game.
Probably the hardest thing to record were the footsteps. I had everything planned out, bought the equipment, gathered every type of surface, but there was one small thing I overlooked. I live in a city with over 12 million people. Noise everywhere. The solution was simple and genius. I recorded everything on a Sunday, because in Buenos Aires, Sunday is the one day when nobody does anything.
One of the most important places in the game is the cathedral. There we have a system of ladders
So
that control the
like,
speed and the direction of
at least their sound studio looks like all moved
we can
to
have it flow normally
to
or
Argentina there. I
reversed.
see.
She is super professional. As for the speed, we can make the time stand still, go twice as fast, or with the half of the normal speed. Faster, please.
We created an audio system that helps players to understand what is actually happening around
When
them.
we reverse time, spatial effects are added to the surrounding sounds. Ambience, steps, and the mechanism
True,
sounds.
stay
When
true.
the time stands still, we increase the low frequencies in the ambience, and all the other sounds are muted to zero. And lastly, when the time goes twice as fast, or with the half of the original speed, the pitch of the surrounding sounds changes accordingly.
The coolest part of this system is that it's been actually implemented into the game engine using only one parameter.
Thank you for watching. See you here later.
Only one parameter. So is Russian, yeah. Well, I don't know, like, about their sound studio, if it's, like, part of their game dev studio. But, I mean, hearing the accents, hearing the names and the last names, they are Russian, too. But, yeah, I don't know if High Spec Lodge actually moved somewhere. I assume they did, but you never know. Sound studio seemingly like they did. But they might be like kinda, you know, the outsourced studio sorta. Come on, combos, give combos, skill things. No, please. Good. Got the blind. Okay, there is more. I need mana. Yeah, there's also still pathology going. Holy. Dink. It's Quasimorph. Oh, it's pathology plus Quasimorph. I'm like, what? I guess it's like the same audio studio working on that. Even though it doesn't seem like it really, so I'm not sure why together, but I guess.
Part of understanding Mexico City and our history was by really looking to our city from different perspectives, and that has been an absolute joyride.
No, they're gonna get you. Oh. That was like 1 HP there. Backload doing a sick room
Hello
there,
there,
yeah, I
I'm
was
Mike
like the
Fortul.
fuck, that's
Hi,
some
I'm
stuff.
Carlos Ramirez. I'm a music composer
Okay,
and
mana,
producer.
mana.
Part of the music and sound team of Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber.
Oh, we saw that one.
So making music for
one of the
video
announcement
games
shows.
is
I
really
remember.
different from making music for film because it is conditional. I think music for video games, logically and mathematically, as a musician, makes you grow.
So when we started doing the research, we found a lot of very interesting
on,
aspects
Anna.
that we wanted to cover.
Definitely made me learn
But
a lot
it's
more
luck.
history
Okay,
on
thank
a
you. On
specific
the very last
this
actually attempt.
post-revolutionary
We have
period.
no money to
And
suction
one
more.
of the things that really caught our attention is that whenever we think of a period of time in a particular culture, we think of one music genre or two. But when you start doing the research, you find out that it's not like that.
We went so far with the historic research team that I definitely learned a lot more.
And the research became kind of like an obsession to find every detail of our history through music and sound.
It's really important for us to use authentic and record real sounds.
And that was a very interesting task. It was a set of, creativity meets opportunity. We discovered new sounds. We learned from something from our history. How would that sound 100 years ago?
Insane boss.
Specifically, Mexico City sounds like absolute chaos that somehow works together.
One of the things that I enjoyed the most was bringing to life the Mexican Historic Center. It's a plaza called Zócalo.
It is a unique soundscape that we have covered in so many different ways in the game.
Which we used more than 600 sound effects, craziness, loudness. Is this super live plaza where you have
Nice buff, assume sure, dude.
discussions,
Damage
parades.
reduction, so good.
We wanted all the mumble and the wall of conversation that is going on in the city, but at the same time, we wanted the textures
Oh, no.
of the clothes, the textures and sounds of birds and nature.
That's how it actually is nowadays, but we had to recreate this in the 1920s. So
Need
getting
some
this
mana.
sonic experience for that level was a super big challenge.
So we went and did like a lot of research, also scouts to walk the city and to feel the city with that kind of perspective in mind of learning and creating sounds that were like natural in the sonic landscape that was Mexico 100 years ago. While telling the story in a video game and also trying to tell a story from a particular set of time in our country, we had to face a lot of decisions when making the music.
We wanted to stay apart from having rules in all the levels or something.
So part of doing the score was to understand which parts of the history we wanted to represent in another way or to leave as they were. And that gave us like an agency on the creative decisions. So making the music from Mexico 1921 was taking a lot of the influence from Revueltas, from Ponce.
What we do have, it's a main theme that it's spread all over the tracks, diversing and fighting against the antagonist theme, which we can call it's the corruption. The prosecution has its own theme. So you can hear in the soundtrack that we go to the main theme and somehow, somewhere it starts getting corrupted, the same track, you know, the corruption theme is there.
Every time they listen to the music, we're not telling them how to feel, we're asking them, how do you feel about it? And based on the decisions they take in the game, they feel from one way to another and they're transformed in a way. So it's kind of like a sound alchemy that we're doing when we're scoring.
It turned in the Dark Priest already, Steve? Once?
So being a modern composer means that we use different tools and VSTs and, you know, sampling and all this stuff that is part of our everyday routine. And not every day and not every project evolves into something as a live
Where was
act.
that? Oh, wait, who? Dark Priest?
Being there performing with
in Giffen?
those amazing
Bony
musicians,
Borda?
it was speechless for me.
It was so rewarding to actually accomplish something that other musicians could play and that we could play with them.
And yes, technology has led us to have amazing tools to work with, but blending that with authentic human emotion, and it was just an amazing experience.
Resume level.
Participating in
work
projects
well
that
done.
have a strong cultural
I
representation
get one
such
new
as this
one.
one.
The rest I guess
changes
goes
the
into
narrative.
heal. Shouldn't even go into Fury probably. Just get all the heal. Very nice of you.
I learned how important art was back then and how important it was to have a transition to the Mexico we know.
I think that's exactly what we're doing. We're telling stories,
Sleepy.
but this time we're telling our story. Story that represents us as a culture, as a country.
There's this line from Un Sueño Profundo, one of the tracks, that says, "The courage that demands being together." And we think that we're always going to find adversity, whether it's corruption, darkness, prosecution, and the only way to fight it is being together as Mexicans, as artists, as a community. So we wanted to show that also in the music.
So good, Portable. All good, man. Don't worry about that. It's all good. I'm just chilling already anyway. It's late.
Welcome back, everyone. Starbirds is available for wishlist. Pathologic 3 is also available for wishlist. Necess is on sale. Quasimorph is on sale. So please go check out all of those games. We have selected winners for some Steam keys. We'll tag them in chat, so please slide into our DMs. This is our last hosting segment of the evening, which actually means this is the last time that you're seeing us today. But I hope that we'll be leaving you with some cool things to watch. What do we have next, Kate?
Next up is Keylocker, turn-based cyberpunk action by Munana, a futuristic rhythm JRPG where music is power. We'll have the pleasure of listening to some of these singing to their electronic soundtrack. Following that is the recently released Europa, a beautiful adventure set on a lush, terraformed moon, where we'll learn more about its calming and atmospheric musical score. Coming up next is Great God Grove by Limbo Lane, a humorous puzzle adventure where we'll dive into the sound and music with Louis Zong and Tommy McVaney. Then we will get to see Ultros, a psychedelic Metroidvania, and their beautiful performance of the mind-bending soundtrack by Bjorn Risberg and Red Raider.
And then
Oh,
after
this
that,
was really
we will
good,
be
eh?
checking out the audio and music design of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Then we'll watch a little chat on Rift of the Necrodancer and how that process came about. And we'll finish out our show today with a deep dive and piano performance by Boyfriend Dungeon and Caves of Cud, respectively. By the way, we have selected a winner for the Elgato giveaway, and we'll have production tag them in chat.
Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through incredible games and their captivating soundtracks and audio design. We are honored to be able to share all these wonderful pieces with you. A big thank you to all the musicians and all the developers and composers. And of course, also thank you to our sponsors, Lurkit, Elgato, Audiokinetic, for making this event possible. And thank you to Aiko Partners and Neo Niroshi for the marketing help. But most importantly, thank you, the viewers, for watching the show. Tomorrow, we'll be back again at 7 p.m. CET, 10 a.m. Pacific, with another live show. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, they're moving the host, but they're still, judging by description, there is like still a bunch of stuff going. Like an hour more, probably. And that's the Keylocker. Yeah, the boiler room was really big, for sure. These guys. Blind, let's see. Mastering 80%, yeah. Everyone's becoming an insane sound designer tomorrow. Hilton's gonna be picking chatters to make a soundtrack for the next game already. A collective, collaborative work of chat. Come on, Kilogram already out, wasn't it? Demo had some like really precise like rhythm stuff there. And that was a little too dang for me. Even though overall that was really interesting. Go to Giga damages there. 3 buffs. While you're riding. Oh, very nice. Surprised the heal is only like 2,900. I thought there'll be some mega heals going. Well, not sure. Maybe that's not the. Or the super Giga Priest, just the super one. Wake up in 8 hours already? Damn son. At the office time tomorrow? Why so early? That means almost midnight already though, I guess. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, it should be over probably already, like in... well, in 30 minutes there should be kind of like another segment actually, I think. I don't know, maybe they go like ahead of schedule or something. Yeah, the earlier you start, the earlier you finish. I see. The firehead approach. The firehead approach. Finisher and Grind Dragon Age, I see, I see. Everything already planned. Big boy. And then blind, fuck. Okay, I need to peace out a bit with this blind. go support role. Okay, back. Second boss. Yeah, raise it down already. Can turn that into. That one not gonna give probably a lot of XP, but still, why not? There's like some daily quests here somewhere in Glassheim too, I wonder. Kinda like we did with the on the little dragons. Like easy level up basically. Could use the easy level up anytime. Mana still.
I was born on Earth, but I think I have been homesick for Europa.
Okay, someone is actually fighting Dark Lord there, looks like. Need some mana.
By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and the world will look very different from how it does now. But the island should still be there. They built this thing to last. Come to the island if you ever get lonely. Come here and think of me.
Above.
My name
What
is
you gonna
Matthew
do?
Thomason, and I compose the music for Europa. Predominantly, I work in film, theatre. I work with a lot of choreographers, and I also compose classical piano music, and tour that as a composer and pianist. This is my first foray into working in the world of games, and yeah, it's been a heck of a journey.
Dolphin
When
does
the Europa
support
project was starting to
mood.
come to life,
What was that?
Alex sort of suggested
No.
to me that
Ah,
really
come on,
fit
dude.
the soundtrack, and
One sec,
because
I
it
won.
needed that kind of cinematic feel and a lot of pathos and emotion, which I'm kind of used to doing. So the first time I met Helder, he was so passionate about the project. He was sort of talking me through almost every zone of the game in the first meeting, and
I need
talking
mana
about
though.
his vision, how he imagines the music will play into the game, and he's got a really good idea of what he wants the music to be, certainly what kind of emotions he wants to provoke, and we were on the same
Lady
page
Mana
right from
is
the
there.
start,
Come on.
and we both kind of agreed that
Okay, I'll
that
take
the
it.
important aspect is this hero's journey, and how can we make that as cinematic as possible, and really take the player on that journey with Z. And yeah, and we put a lot of heart and emotion into the music.
Over the years of working on Europa, I was using library music as a placeholder to try and convey the emotion that I wanted each of the zone and each of the different levels to have. This was super useful and super helpful for me and for everybody in the team, and it helped us in like those early playtests to establish the foundation and the mood for the game. But we always felt it in our hearts that we were probably going to need a really good composer to help bring everything together. That's when Alex from Future Friends Games reached out and said, hey, look, I know somebody local here in Cornwall. He's done TV, film, and theater before, and he's really looking to move into games. And looking at the vibe that you're going with the game, I think he would be perfect for this. And that's how we started. After our very first chat, we really connected immediately. His ethos, his passion for music, and the way that he explained the importance of connecting the music, the emotion of the music with the visual
My
aspect.
brain's kind of already like adjusted, I feel, to all the like ping and everything almost.
The emotion that you're trying to sell at the time.
It already feels
I'm based in
like you
Cornwall,
play
in the
normally
UK, which is
almost.
quite a rural area. It's right at the far end, about as far as you can
Just
go
the brain delay
corner of the
adjustment.
UK.
That's it. Your brain
And
is
in
here,
Cornwall, there's
right?
a really thriving folk scene and a real heritage of folk music. So there's a lot of folk musicians here who I know, and I decided that I wanted to use as many of those people as I could on the soundtrack. So veering away from the more sort of traditional classical musician route. And some of these parts were kind of recorded in little stone cottages in the middle of nowhere, woolly jumpers on. It's quite damp in Cornwall, and yeah, it's got this real kind of humble process to record.
Even kind of became better, maybe a little.
Plays the violin.
It just feels
I
like
had
it.
a lot of conversations with him about how lyrical we wanted to make the violin part, because that violin part in effect is sort of like the human aspect of Z. It's his voice. It's the human part of him that's coming through.
So I can see light glitching in here. What is this?
Equally with Martin Skews, who plays flute on a few of the pieces, we really wanted to add an element of mystery about midway through the game, and Martin's done an absolutely incredible job of just creating this tension with the flute. And the
Don't do
flute's
the
got
buffers.
this quite haunting effect on the soundtrack, which I'm really pleased with.
Alright, just a bit more dark, please. And we're good. Gonna be another turn in. Oh shit. Let me do the turn in before we die. A bit yellow, but works. As long as they miss the crosses, it's not bad.
I also work with Kath Buckler, who plays cello. And Kath's got an amazing ability to just hear a piece and know exactly what you want with it before you even tell her. So yeah, I'm really grateful that there's so many amazing musicians down here that I get to work with.
Matt's film and theater experience really shines through the work that he did for the game. The music he's created has really brought the world of Europa together. From the more tranquil and zen moments,
And I get all the skulls, I'll see maybe some places tomorrow.
It really
We try to get some farm going also.
I just know that
Stock up some money a little bit.
Melodies in the soundtrack that are going to stick in players' heads
So we get that rebirth funded,
And I've never played any of the Europa stuff at any of my concerts
On
until
top of
very
XP.
recently, and I decided on the night, I thought, you know, I'm just going to play it and see how audiences respond to it, because no one's heard this music. I played a
come
couple
on.
of pieces from the soundtrack.
It's so fast.
And yeah, lots of people loved it. I think they kind of got what I was trying to do.
Do you have any?
It's very lyrical
Lead
music,
still?
it's very melodic.
Are you going?
So yeah,
Alright.
lots of people really
see,
liked
see.
it, which was lovely. And I'm hoping to perform it a lot more in the future, maybe even the full soundtrack at some point.
This soundtrack is everything I ever wanted for Europa and more.
I
And
go into
could
sleep
not
then.
be more honored
Alrighty. Thank you, man, for playing.
to have had Matt scoring the soundtrack for Europa. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for playing. Got some good progress today. Забега progress. That priest quest done. Go turn that in. Go turn that in. Yeah, the progress is pretty good, eh? Just a little left. Just a little bit. Connect this. No, not bad. Almost 92 even there. These bounties gonna farm. These bounties gonna get us. See ya, man. See ya. Have a good one. Sleep well. See ya tomorrow. No. Evil Druids a race also we get. And bounties in the supermarkets. That would be nice. This like that when younger nowadays think they're pretty good. I always loved them. Like that was probably one of my favorite ones out of all the of all those bars. Not probably even, I think it is. And Bounty Ice Cream I also really like.
Hey, I'm Louis Zong, and I'm an illustrator and musician.
Can't
and
bear
also
Twix
the
anymore,
composer
too
for Great
sweet.
God Grove.
They're actually kind of not full, so
I made
a
whole
lot of
music
them
for this
just a
wonderful
little
game,
too much.
But right now, I'll be doing a quick look at some of the leitmotifs I wrote for it. And then, I'm going to hand it over to our amazing sound designer, Tony. So, without giving too much away, there are a number of different gods and characters, each with a different theming and melody, that we wanted to intertwine and reharmonize throughout. So, the very first thing I did when I started was to compose tiny melodies for each theme. The fun thing is, most of these inauspicious starts did end up being the basis of the final arrangements. Here's a few of those demos.
The ultima retrospective, damn son. How much less sweet candy there? I see. Now all those like Mars tweaks and everything, I feel like they probably kind of more or less the same everywhere though, no? More or less. I mean, the same brand, the same company and all. Thinking what I can hit right now, maybe real quick, just to farm some while I have opportunity to do so. Real quick. Alright, got new Maguna. Just dumb rest on heals. I feel like I shouldn't even get the Fury whatsoever and whatever. Get a higher heal. A little more effective. A little bit. Ultima? No, Ultima is like the dungeon crawling RPG stuff. Not very high on flavor. That's not always a bad thing. That ain't always a bad thing. What can I real quick farm? For the last bit here. Could go still for XP. I don't want to go like too much ahead of Stave. He doesn't need to catch up. Money would be kinda nice though. Should check what people buy maybe. Blossom Red Herb. 1500 for many blossoms. Stems for 250 cargo. Maybe some like work dungeon to level 2 maybe. Nah, without AoE it's not that boga.
You're gonna have to play the game to see how these melodies pop up in other ways. Also, did you notice something about these songs? What's that note? Great God Grove, baby. Over to Tony.
Thanks, Louie. Tony McVaney here. I designed the squishy, bubbly, sucky, and squelchy sounds in the world of Great God Grove. There
Yeah,
are
they
a
also
ton
didn't
of
get.
delightful ear
That
candies to be
also
found
didn't.
throughout your adventure, but today I'm going to break down how I achieved the sound of the mighty Megapon's sucking mechanic, along with the thought process behind my decisions. First,
I read the
let's
cons
take a look
15k. Let's see.
What do we see? It's very reminiscent of a megaphone. Let's keep that in mind for texture. We can see some sort of gauge suggesting there may be a little machinery moving around. Possibly some sort of motor in there.
Let's farm the dragons actually while I'm waiting, I
There
guess.
is a small
And build
coiled
it.
leading
Not
to your
that bog, yeah.
inventory. I'll have to
And
make
the
sure
money's
that
out.
the airflow is reflective of that. It looks like there are lips and teeth. Is this thing organic?
Just to make the
Guess this
money
was a
real
sample
quick.
from myself. All right, let's hop into Pro Tools and see what we have.
It's gonna
Let's
be like
take a listen to the
30 more
final
minutes
sound
probably or
before we break it
something.
Oh yeah, that sucks. But, like, in a good way. There are 3 main sound sources that make up Megapon's sucking. First up, we'll look at the motor sound I mentioned that I wanted to highlight. When you think of a motor running, you probably imagine
They'll
parts
skip
rotating,
the farm.
pumping.
The mods
With a little
stuff.
pitch shifting and automation, we can emulate
I mean, I got the
I have a
Numas and
serum patch
everything.
made by YouTuber Virtual Riot called Manual Rise and Fall 2.
Not a mastering
I've
one
messed
there,
with the
yeah.
filter to shape the sound a bit, but the
True.
default rise and fall effect sounds like this. Sounds kind of like a siren. There's also a constant steady tone behind there as well. I'll mention that again soon. Now let's see what happens when we increase the rate
Some
of
money
this
from the
rise and
bounties
fall
too,
in
looks
the
like.
siren sound.
We'll increase that gain a little, I'll feel. Ah, fine, whatever.
Whoa, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds a lot like a small motor working hard. Especially with the constant whir of that tone behind it.
Gonna farm this a little bit
Speaking of
while
that whirring
finishing
tone, is
the show
prone for
here.
some pitch bending. And when we start a motor, we've got to rev it up to speed. So
And with the both
let's
lost,
start
I
the
guess.
pitch a little lower and have it rise up to that sound we landed on. Nice. Now we'll add some automation to the timbre of the sound to give it more depth in the rev. A little compression and EQ for more body. And there we have it, a small motor running inside of Megapon. Now onto the airflow. I'm not exactly sure what Megapon is made of, but if it is organic like me, maybe some good old-fashioned inward whistling into my lungs could emulate air flowing through that small tube we saw earlier. I have a sample right here.
There is about audio like timbre.
Okay, I like that.
No, that's
I'm
actually
having
that's
two
at the
thoughts.
word. I don't know.
One,
Maybe it's like not
I would
exactly
love to have
particularly
that
like
airflow
that
rotating
English
through the
or
motor
that
we
known.
installed in Megapon
But
to
yeah, in
kind of
Russian
pull
there
the
is
sounds together.
timbre.
And 2, I can't suck in forever if the player holds down the suck button, so I gotta make this easily loopable. I've got it. I'll drop this sample into Omnisphere and use the arpeggiator to make it sound like it's quickly pumping. But I'm
So
going to
it's
set
all
it at a
right there.
different rate than what I set Serum to give it a little separation. Oh, and since Megapon is very megaphone-esque, let's EQ our whistle to accentuate those radio speaker textures. Sounding more vacuum-like. Headed in the right direction. I do think that airflow needs to rev up as well. Another pitch bend, like we did earlier. And to make sure we don't lose that vacuum feel, I copied this layer and only pitch bent the new copy.
Arpeggiator.
It's here.
Yeah. Making arpeggio, I guess.
So sucky. But I think we could use a little more oomph. Really make it sound like when Megapon sucks, Megapon sucks. I recorded another sample of myself sucking. This time more focused on the white noise of it rather than the whistle tone. Check it out. Omnisphere helped us before, so let's run it back. But this time we'll use a different method. I've dropped the sample into the granular synth function for some randomization. And instead of triggering just a single layer, I have multiple playing at different pitches to cover more of the frequency spectrum. Add a little saturation. This time we'll use a tremolo effect for the pumping. A couple layers of sub-synth filtering.
Talking and pumping.
Like rumbles.
Got everything going there.
Again, we should rev this layer up. I chose to use Verify for this one. Then, I sent all the layers to a bus. Blended in a lower octave of everything to make it fuller. Slight EQ in the low mid, some dynamic EQ to even out frequencies, and a limiter to bring it all up to the proper volume. Let's listen to the final one more time. Haha, yep, still sucks. I hope you enjoyed our hang. Again, I'm Tony McVaney, aka Ergo. Thanks for listening, and happy sucking!
Thank you, Sora. Someone should give like a little tutorial, you know, on how to get all this like fake speech thingies easier, you know. That'd be quite useful. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Hey Jordy, hell yeah, hell yeah. A little late, well for me it's already quite 4 AM here. 4 AM here already. Just a bit of an extra here. Yeah, a bit of grinding while at it. Yeah, actually true. Huh? Oh, the Ultras. Ultras was really nice, man. And the music was really good too. Game is a piece of art. Vad vet du tänkte då? Interesting that it's all pretty much made just with one instrument. I kind of thought it was like a little more dank mixing and stuff going in that bit of the OST. Still, it seems like it's like such like long, you know, ones. There's like a little bit of like kind of like this like Oriental, I guess, or something, or like maybe like Indian or something themes to it too. Like some sort of a ritualistic, I guess, vibe a bit. Dune vibes, I guess, in a way, yeah. cut. Okay, where is the cut there? Oh, on the piano? Nah. Probably not. Actually, hard to say. Okay, it doesn't look real. A good game Ultras was, well, still is. Glad I got on board with that one. That was very nice to play. Need to put some like bangers in there. There were some like really banging ones too. It says the insurance at the bottom, I see. Yeah, like who's performing on who? On what? Like fight music or something. To cover, you know, the variety of different styles that was there. Nice, a 45 petits tomorrow, alright. Well, we actually even do it today. We'll see. Tomorrow just do the daily. Wonder if it actually refreshes actually the daily. I can still benefit from it. That would be nice. This crowd here. Why can't I shoot them? I think they did it there. It's some good AoE here. Is there no way in? I guess unless you get teleported in. Yeah, there's no way in then. Yeah, music for sleep there, yeah, for sure. For sure. Quality musicus. There's some bangers there too, more dynamic ones. It'd be nice to hear that too for a change. These are beautiful but all kind of like calm, you know.
Hello, and welcome to this audio deep dive for Save and Sound. My name is Josh Bailey, I'm a solo developer, and today we're going to explore the sound of Bean Beasts. With this game, I took inspiration from my childhood consoles like the Mega Drive, NES, and Game Boy to try and mix some of that 16-bit charm with modern production. In this video, we'll have a look at some sound design and music, and then see how it's all managed within the game engine.
Okay, that's a bit too much though.
These guys are Bean Beasts.
Try to use the wing.
They have unique cries for when they level up.
Need to return. That's some good stuff there.
There are two core elements I use to create these cries. First is a bit crunch distortion noise. The other is a soft hiss-like synth. Sticking to these creates consistency, as if they all speak the same language. Then we add layers depending on the creature design. It could be a screeching noise, or an animal sound, or the voice of a ghost. I like to layer sounds to make things sound richer and juicier. For example, let's have a listen to a defeated slime. Due to the nature of the game, a lot of sounds will be repeated frequently. So to keep things sounding more natural, I create multiple versions of each sound. For example, here are 3 variations of the ice spikes.
I guess the coherence out of the way, yeah.
To add more variation to each sound. To help bring each biome to life, I create Atmos tracks that reflect the environment. In the caves, you can hear a roar that foreshadows something later in the game. Most tracks start out as chords and a melody on the piano. I then block out my guide track. Then comes bass and drums. And then the lead and rhythm sections. Every track is mixed into 2 separate stems, which are then used to represent the 2 main game states. For the peaceful version, I strip back the percussion and soften the bass. This calm vibe communicates to players that it's time to build. When we hit play,
so tower defensing.
Back in. Each world also has 2 versions of the same song. During the earlier levels, the music is more upbeat and playful. As things become more dangerous, we switch to a darker remix. All sound in the game is mixed via the audio mixer in Unity. I prefer a simple setup with a few auxiliary channels, all feeding into the master output. I have two main channels, music and sound effects. Sound effects are then split into 4 substems: sounds, Key Sounds Plus, and Atmos. This allows me to prioritize more important sounds, like player feedback and warnings. There are also plugins which allow me to adjust the music level through script when needed. During endless mode, the density of sound can get a bit manic, so I created a filter which measures how many sounds are being played per second, and when the density gets too high, some lower priority sounds are skipped. When you have 40 impacts and explosions playing per second, it's unlikely a player will notice if some of them are missing.
Mort.
And that's all for today's deep dive. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to play Bean Beasts, there's currently a demo available on Steam, where you can also add it to your wish list. You're also welcome to come have a chat with us on Discord. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Bye!
Actually interesting insight. Yeah, you don't really notice all that stuff when you play. But when you just play.
My name's Nicholas, and I've been doing sound design professionally for 10 years, I think, 10, 11 years. A lot of video games, a lot of TV shows and movies, documentaries, and also some
Galactic
upcoming
Survivor.
projects that I can't talk about, unfortunately. But maybe we can talk about that next year. So for Survivor, it was pretty obvious from the get-go that we couldn't.
You're a sound guy and your
couldn't take the
microphone
original
sounds like
sounds
ass
and
though.
cram them into this game. Mostly because the
I
gameplay
guess
is so
happens.
different, and the pace of the game
And
is,
when you
is very
don't really
different as
need the
well.
microphone.
And of course, we've got a whole different perspective. We're working with an isometric perspective instead of a first person. Once you reach some of the later levels, you quickly realize that you've got hundreds of bullets flying across the screen at all times. So it was pretty obvious that we needed to redesign a lot of these sounds to make them fit this sort of gameplay. I tried out making some really subtle sounds to begin with because I was afraid that the game would end up being just like a noisy mess. And then I slowly evolved the sounds into something a bit more powerful and more aggressive. So it was a bit of an iterative process of me going from something very quiet to something very aggressive. So what I do for each project that I work on is that I try to create a unique sound library for each video game or each movie that I work on in order to have like bespoke sounds that fit this universe that I'm working in. So instead of just diving deep into like pre-made sound libraries, it's a lot more fun to really create a template of sounds that are unique to this project. And what I've done specifically for this project is that I've used a bunch of sort of weird microphones. I have these two devices here in front of me. This one is pretty known. It's called the Elektroschluch, I believe. It's really fascinating. It's a device for electromagnetic listening, and it allows you to listen to the words of electromagnetic fields. So if I were to turn it on and put it up against my phone, it will pick up the electromagnetic field around the phone. And this is really useful for like creating very digital sounds, for instance, UI sounds. It's such a fascinating thing to dive into, like a world of sounds that you can't hear. I find that really fascinating. None of these sounds that this picks up are something that our ears can hear. We need like a device to translate these sounds for us, and I find that really, really exciting. And then I have this
No,
other
I
device.
haven't, but I haven't.
Looks very like homemade. It is a device that picks up light. So if I took my laser pointer here, I don't know if you can see it. And if I shine it through maybe like a bottle of water with lots of like bubbles in it, if I do like this, you'll hear the sound of the laser getting dispersed in the water and then picked up by this device, and it creates these really otherworldly bubbly sounds that are super cool for like explosions. These have been my two
Basically, you just need to capture like some tech issues on stream.
Devices that I have
And you
used.
got yourself some interesting sound.
And I simply can't live without them now. Of course, if you do listen to like the raw recordings made of with these devices, they might not sound that interesting, but it's what you can like get out of them afterwards using a whole bunch of plugins and weird tools. All right, what we're listening to now is a sound coming from a light source shining through a bowl of water, which is being shaken by a subwoofer. All I've done to it is that I've pitched it down a bit and I've denoised it slightly. And as mentioned, what I always do is I try to create bespoke sound libraries for the projects that I work on, and I never delete anything. Even though I might end up with hours and hours of just recordings of me fiddling around with knobs and plugins, there's always a lot of inspiration to find in those old recordings. But of course, if you do this, 95% of what you end up making won't make the cut. And most of it might not even seem like it's worth saving. That's not true though, because you can always find inspiration in old recordings, and years from now you'll be working on a project and all of a sudden you'll think to yourself, what was that one cool sound that I did 5 years ago? And then boom, you've got it right there, saved in your old sound library, created for this one project. Old recordings will always come in handy at one point or another. I love messing around with plugins. There are two plugins that I would like to highlight here. One is SnapHeap by Kilohertz. SnapHeap is pretty much like having a modular system right at your fingertips. It's such an inspirational tool, and you can just you can spend hours creating patches.
It's interesting also things how to get, you know, like some interesting sounds for your game on the budget, you know.
Traveler, made by Toonstorm. It is the best Doppler plugin there is. It sounds amazing compared to pretty much every single other Doppler effect, and it's intuitive to use. It's easy to use. This plugin will add life to any sound that you put through it. I use it quite a lot. So after adding even more plugins and resampling and adding more effects and layers, you end up with some really nice sweeteners that will fit sci-fi explosions pretty well. I really like hiding messages in sounds. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, I think. It's kind of like putting your finger prints all over the place in a way. And I've hidden sounds of my at that point unborn child's heartbeat in the game. I've hidden numbers that mean stuff to me and to the players as well, if they know the lore. I'm not gonna give away where I've hidden stuff and what people can find, but I'm sure if there are any sound savvy people out there, they will be able to recognize some
the numbers.
Yeah, I could give a small hint that you have to turn down the music, and then some of these sounds will like pop out a bit more than they do now. It's so cool that people can play like a game for like hundreds of hours and still there are like things hidden that these people that have worked on the game have hidden all around.
Rift of the Necrodancer is Necrodancer meets Guitar Hero. Every note is an enemy with unique movement. so you need to learn the patterns to keep the music flowing. Rift will have over 30 original songs at launch, composed by a team of 6 artists. Josie Breckner, Jules Conrad, also known as Family Jules, Alex Mukala, Sam Webster and Nick Nosbaum, and myself, Danny Baranowski.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm a composer on Rift of the Necrodancer and music director at Brace Yourself Games here in Vancouver. Today I have the magnanimous Josie Breckner.
Thank you for having me.
Josie's one of the composers we have on Rift of the Necrodancer. What's your favorite Rift song that you composed and why?
So hard. It's so hard. I think my favorite is Glass Cages. I think that's my baby. And that's the one we put on the EP, which I'm glad.
I think that's, I'm gonna make enemies here, but I think it's my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow. Over your own stuff.
Of course. I mean, I have to pretend to be modest, you know? You swung it to a sextuplet. And if the non-music people don't know what that means, it means it's fucked up. Is that when you can swing a song when it's in like a triplet meter, if you skip the middle beat, instead of da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it's da-da-da-da-da. Well, if you have 6 sextuplets instead of triplets, and it's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and you only take, then it's da-da-da-da.
Even in you laying this out, you've already thought more about it than I did when I sat down to write the song.
But that's what's so cool, because we had to reckon with it. It made us have to like re-examine how we did level design. I'm so glad it happened. Like I remember you saying like, "Hey, I'm sorry,
level design team."
We basically had to redo the way we thought about how the subdivisions of the rhythms worked in the game, and because what you do is you go da 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 da, and you rush the beat by a sextuplet. And we just didn't have that resolution, so now we do. This is part of why I love making music for games too, is that it's just, you're never just doing, it's never music for its own sake. It also has to be this like functional, living thing. And so like, you know, we had to put a lot of work into like, for the level maps and stuff for Glass Cages to work with that. The expressiveness of, Sarah was the violinist, right?
Yes.
The expressiveness of her playing and how she's constantly modulating between different rhythmic ideas and stuff, like just having a system in place that could like do justice to that, like it made the game better. Your song made the game, you forced our game to be better. How do you like that?
There was a Slack message later being like, let's not do something that complicated again, please. Yeah, I really wanted to capture this vision I had of her coming back from work late at night, exhausted in like a palatial New York City apartment, her putting on a record, pouring a glass of champagne, and staring out over the taxis as like the rain fell on the streets below. And then as I was writing, and this is like the following your instinct thing, I was like, oh, we're just getting a lot of Jamiroquai in here too. So I just started like scooping as much from Jamiroquai land and putting it in the track.
Sure.
And just was having a ton of fun with it. And then we hired my friend Sarah to do some violin. And Sarah Hubbard is amazing. She can do anything. And I was just like, here's some chords, go crazy with it. And she did, and it's awesome.
She did.
Yeah. So
it's interesting to hear because I was gonna ask you what the glass cages meant, but now I know, because we talk about glass cages are like the buildings that we're in.
Yeah.
And that also there's a police siren at the end.
Yes.
And it's like what you hear.
Setting the scene in the apartment, yeah.
Right. No,
Yeah.
but that totally makes sense to me. That the swirling of that every time I hear that song now. But here's kind of what I was talking about earlier about like what I'm so happy about, giving up some of the control and allowing other people to do their version of this thing. And that's that song is Necrodancer as fuck. And I never would have done that. So let's talk a little bit about how you came to be a part of our team. We had a long list that we kept whittling down, and then I'll just say that when I found you, I remember being struck by how you had depth and breadth.
I appreciate you saying that. I think I was really touched when we had our first conversation and you were like, I like your music because it's
little.
Like I felt so seen in that moment. I was like, yes,
Not
weird.
false.
That's what I've been trying to go for this whole time. And so we started off working on my test. And then you're like, okay, that's good, but I think you could go further.
Yeah, I remember now.
And I was like, okay. And then I worked on like Hang Ten Hef, doing like this surf rock style. And you're like, okay, I mean, we're getting there, but like you can go way weirder. And I just started pushing the line further and further to see if I would ever cross it.
We ain't
And
found it yet.
we never did.
Nope.
So that to me is something that was really special. I remember I was being very careful about my NDA. You know, Rift is probably the biggest
The
project
ego
I've ever
stroking a
worked
bit
on,
too much,
and,
yeah.
Trying to, you know, stay professional, keep it cool, and then the next thing I know, we're in the
Going
park
a
and
little
you're
too
like,
personal,
Oh, yeah, Josie's
a
working
little
on
too
Rift.
How do you
personal.
approach the idea of genres, and if you even think about it at all? You know, in Bamboosh, we're doing this like kind of drum and bassy thing, and you break out the contrabassoon.
I'm on fire.
And it blows my mind, because like, is there rhyme or reason to that, or do you kind of just let the chaos happen and then just like curate it? Like, how do you think about that when you do that?
Yeah, I feel like
Should at least playing the tracks more on the background, like right now. That would be nice.
And if there's something that feels right in the moment, or if there's a mistake that happens, I want to capture that energy and bring it into the track as much as possible. Because for me, the worst thing is when you overthink something too much. And I mean, this is a thing that happens, a theme of the game, I feel like, in some ways too. Just like thinking a thing to death instead of just doing or being or acting. I'm never too worried if something isn't technically in line with the genre I'm doing, because mashing things and just forcing them together, even if they don't look like they fit initially, is my favorite thing.
Favorite thing about you? Creatively fearless.
Oh.
Just unceasingly exploratory. Everything I hear from you is just like, it sounds like a different person made it, and it's just, it blows my mind. You compose in like quantum superposition.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
What's your favorite thing about me?
I really respect when someone has done the work
Make it stop,
as
yeah.
a contractor, as a freelancer, as an artist, to know when to
Keeps
step
going,
back
it keeps
and let other
going.
people just like do their thing. I felt like I just had a lot of trust and confidence from how much creative room and creative freedom you were
Get a
given.
rubber
I
something.
mean, that's great to hear. It's something I've, you know, it's something I thought about and worked on a lot over the years. And there is, I think, that urge when you write something for someone to reproduce it, you know, more or less the same as it was, but like human and not synth.
Right.
Right. But as I had a lot of experiences with Jules, because Jules did a ton of guitar for me, happy accidents would happen.
Yeah.
He would do something just slightly different.
Yeah.
And there were definitely times when Jules would do like, oh no, I did this instead of that. I'm like, but that was better. And just like recognizing that. And I like to give feedback more as like questions, like, you know, why did you do this? Or what did you do? That
Where's the reverb? That was one I got a lot.
Yeah, well, reverb's overrated.
Yeah.
Just because the way somebody does something is not the way I would have done it, doesn't mean it's bad. If you want to actually have a truly collaborative environment with other creative people, you know, you have to have that. You are bringing these people in for their expertise, and you need to let them spread their wings. There's no certainty in creative endeavors. My guideline on that is basically just like, would I be like upset, or like, can I not let this happen? I don't know. Just don't cling to power for power's sake. Are we still talking about music? Or?
I feel like when you're talking about this, I'm imagining like the anime version of the music process, where like me and Sam and Nick and Alex and Jules all come in, and you're like struggling and you collapse, and we're like, you've done enough. Take our hand.
Philosophy to life and anime, yeah.
I am the composer for the Boyfriend Dungeon soundtrack. Boyfriend Dungeon is a dungeon crawling dating sim in which you date your weapons and they transform into these beautiful hunks and babes, which during these Sailor Moon style-esque transformation sequences. So if I was a weapon, I'd be a butter knife because I'm absolutely harmless. The soundtrack is really poppy and upbeat. We went for a very poppy sound, and me and Madeline, the singer, are actually represented in the soundtrack in the game, and that's really cool. Today, I want to do a deep dive on Never Lose. It was a dungeon traversal track originally conceived as, and the team liked it more as a boss battle style track. So I want to take you on a quick deep dive on that. And without further delay, grab your favorite weapon. I've got my dagger right here, and let's go. Alright, so how was Never Lose created? Well, it starts with usually one instrument in most of my songs. And in this case, we really wanted to go after something that was haunting, something that sounded almost
because you see the
possessed or
bald dude on
otherworldly,
screen.
like a ghost. We really wanted to convey the sense that you were haunted by your past, maybe, and that going to Verona Beach was something of an escape for you. That you could leave your past woes behind. And so that's a lot of data. That's like a lot of information you want to transmit to the player via a track. And to achieve something like that, I used my mini log. So if you don't know, a mini log is a Korg synthesizer. And it's normally a noisy, buzzy synthesizer, and it's not great for ambient stuff, although it can be used for anything, really. I managed to get this ambient patch from it.
It's kind of like all over the place, you know. Sometimes it goes a little too deep
And this
on
is
the tech stuff.
basically
Sometimes
the
it goes
beginning
like
riff that started this
completely
whole
other ways.
song.
Sometimes
So
it
we have
hits
this, like,
just
haunting
right, you know.
When I say
it's
bass line, I don't
interesting,
mean bass instrument. I mean,
regardless
like a
of your
foundation for a track.
you know, experience.
So this
and
is like a
knowledge.
sharp cymbal sound, and most likely I chose this because of its resemblance to a weapon sheath. And so we wanna. I injected a lot of cool bits of weapon sounds into the soundtrack, and I love using sound design as a way to express the gameplay. You know, and even though you want to get creative with it, because you don't want it to clash with the sound effects that are already happening in the game. So on this, I've added different things to make it kind of stand out more, not be mistaken for just gameplay. Moving on, we've got to add to that. So altogether, we got the haunting synth, and then on top of that, we've got a floaty synth. This floaty synth is also very integral to the song. We also have vocal samples, and what I've done here is I've taken a track of Madeline singing. I think it was for this, and I've cut it up and put it onto a sampler. Here is said sampler, right? And these are all Madeline's little vocalizations that I've tweaked and done different things to. So you can see for this one, I've panned it to the side, so it goes off to the side. Okay, and so now moving on to the most important, arguably the most important part of this track, the vocals. And the lyrics and the vocals for this song and the music really go hand in hand to sell the vibe to the player that you must under no circumstances lose. Defeat is not an option, and you must succeed. But to what end, and why are we succeeding? And what is the point of this? And I gotta say, Madeline wrote all the lyrics, and she did an amazing, phenomenal job bringing that feeling of, you're exploring this dangerous place, and with this person that, may or may not be a stranger. And then when I say person, I really mean the weapon that you're falling in love with. And there's an element of danger to it, but there's also an element of we're going to get through this. And she did a great job with it. As far as her vocal chain, I have usually pretty simple, somewhat simple setups. De-esser, really good if you have a lot of sibilants in the vocals, a lot of the S's and the those kind of plosives. I've got multi-band compressor, just a really good all-around compressor.
And the microphone
Honestly, I
again
have
also goes all over the
This is not
place.
something I would do today. This is probably just due to lack of experience and understanding how to route and chain things properly. I've got a compressor. See, we don't really need both the multiband compressor and the compressor. I might be smashing her vocals way too hard, to be honest. And, you know, in this context, it worked out, but it's something to keep in mind of. I've got Reverence, which is just reverb, pretty much. And I'm using really Cubase's stock plugins to mix all of this. I think they sound fine, and I recommend that any artists really just use what's available to them, you know. I don't tend to gravitate towards the most expensive thing out there. So as you can see, for most of this, I'm using stock Cubase plugins.
Away from the microphone to breathe in. See.
And so I've got Reverence here.
I mean, it's the sound engineers, man. They can fix it. They can fix it.
I love this plugin. It's basically a DJ sweep knob, but for low end only. And I just love what it does. It's really, really helpful for all sorts of things.
Streaming, the usual. Was good though.
Yeah, I do use it here.
Was good. Weekend is usually the peak streaming all the time.
Yeah.
The best time.
So you can see it's a very high quality pot, basically, that when you turn, it just gives you the full spectrum, and you can change the resonance from high, extreme, none,
Always
moderate.
the best streaming times, Nothing else really.
Finally,
Gonna be just giga grind for at least this month.
I'm using a few different plugins.
Nothing really crazy going on.
Contact 7, which I think is using damage. Yes, we are using damage. And more damage. And that's it. And then they're going through a group and then through a parallel compressor. So first of all, I've got these.
How was yours, though? How was yours?
Easy drummer. Right, and it doesn't normally sound like this. However, I am running it through a few different filters. Quadra Fuzz.
30 interesting. They are another weekend already passed.
The nice bit crushed kind of sound.
Already been over 2 weeks here.
Most of the song.
Even though feels like that was all just yesterday, the move and stuff.
Yeah. So
I went having KCD.
Actually, but I think it has a
nice
crunchiness to the whole track. Then I've got
sounds like a quality weekend there.
Real drums. So another easy drummer.
Another maze. I'll take it. Another crimson one.
Together. And then we've got Groove Agent, which I've applied my own samples to.
Hopefully kind of worth then.
Well, they're Cubase stock
this
samples,
farm kind of worth.
It's a modified kit that I made. And that's just playing the main drum beat.
I'm bold not being able to
Damage,
get the Twitch. Why?
I utilize heavily, extensively
How
in all
so?
my projects. I really love it. They actually released a new one that I'm thinking about getting.
Pizza sounds good. Sounds
and
good.
These are just basically highly processed, already mixed percussion hits, and they're really good for selling a mood. I mean, they're just fantastic for giving you for boss battles. Amazing. And that's what these sound like. All together gives you that heavy, smack. That is probably, those and the vocals and the bass are really the crux that form this song. But then the haunted synth is really the thing that makes it unique. It makes it its own thing. I mean, if you take
nice
everything
picnic
out,
spot, them son.
Except for the synth, or I mean, if you leave everything in except for the synth,
With the view
you really
of the
have
sea,
a
even.
pretty generic.
Sounds good,
Just
some kind of
it's
nice
just
spot
bass and
outside is
drums.
good there.
It's nothing really special. But you add the synth, you add some vocal samples, and then you add Madeline's unique voice and what we did with it, and you have our track. So, yeah, that was a deep dive of Never Lose. I want to thank you so much for watching it. And currently I'm working on Project Dosa with Outer Loop Games. And I encourage everyone to go check that out. Wishlist it on Steam. Me and my dagger have a long day ahead of us, so I will be seeing everybody later. Take care, thank you, and free
At the
Palestine.
grilling spot. Nice, nice.
Hi, I'm the composer for Caves
It started snowing already, I see.
I'm going to play for you a special rendition
Caves of Kude.
Onward on my Osmos Expressive E with the Waldorf Iridium. If you want to find out more about myself, go to gregoryhamilton.com. Thank you.
Caves of Kude, even though it's the year. Insane. Camping there. How's the camping laws there? In Sweden, I figured from streams you just can camp whatever you want, basically. No one can do shit about it and say anything about it. You just camp. And the right of public access. On the thick forest walls, let's see. Well, to be honest, walls of forest are not that bad. And it's like walls of concrete, like back home. That's a bit worse. Let's see, actually, let's see. That bad. That bad. Not able to go because the natural park. Well, I mean, if they have the grilling, you know, station, that should be fine, I feel, no? Like if they're allowing people to actually have a grill there and go in, just some camp should be fine. Should be even less intrusive than, you know, grilling. Should be less risky, I guess, than grilling. In terms of like fire and stuff, potential. Only in the nature reserve to camp, interesting, alright. Actually, the forest stays just the dude in his small tent. Yeah, I actually don't even know like about the laws like that back home, for example. I guess the money. I think people don't really bother. They just do one thing, no one cares. Most of the time. And they're rubbing it up already. I mean, it's about time. Almost 5 AM for me here. It looks like it. It looks like they were helping indeed. Oh yeah, gonna return tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna watch some more. Not sure if I'm gonna be sitting until 5 AM though. We'll see about that. The madman who actually sit and watched all this time. Indeed, man, indeed. Impressive, eh? Gonna be time to actually get some sleep, dude. Because tomorrow we're streaming. Tomorrow's gonna be another big boy. Another big boy tomorrow. Gonna be nice. Gonna be nice. Gonna do another one. I just went full grind mode and we're gonna do it tomorrow too. Alright.